Okay, microphone check 1 2 1 2. Should be live right now. They playing with my numbers. Are we good? Are we good? It looks like we're good. It looks like we're good. Yes, sir. Okay. Let me know. Hit something in the chat if everything's all good. Hit something in the chat if everything's all good. I think we're good. I think we are good. No stuttering. Please hit one in the chat if everything's good. No stuttering, no jittering. Please hit a one in the chat if everything's all good. I think everything's all good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's do we'll do a check. We'll do a we'll do a video check if that makes sense. If that makes sense. We're going to do a video check to see if everything okay, it's much cleaner. I'm tired, boss. He said it's much cleaner. Thank you, Pyro. Thank you for letting me know because I was just going to keep continuing with the show and it would have looked crazy as hell. Because this I'm sitting there like, yo, what's going on? I was like, oh hell no. This is crazy work. But let me do one more check. I'm gonna do a special type of mic check. Video mine. Show video mine real quick. Okay. Okay. Seems like everything's coming out clean. There we go. Anywho, let's go back to what I wanted to do in the first place. Jesus. Okay, here we where we at? Right here.
America.
Here we are. Back to where we started. Back to where we started. So we should be good now. We should be all set. Oh Lord. Hold on. Let me put the right background. Put my background back there. All right. Here we go. We are back in business. We are back in business. We're back in business.
Well, what did I think of that?
Have some respect and take that baseball cap off.
Man, they already
Yeah.
I wonder, can they hear us? Are you muted?
Yeah, they can hear us.
Yeah, can
Okay.
you, or can you
Coach
tell
gang.
them? Can you tell them that I just wanted to cover the hair so that we were even?
Damn. Shots.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
Damn. So Andrew Wilson already came. So this is what's interesting. They was acting like Andrew Wilson wasn't throwing shots. You know what I mean? but like I said, I've watched this debate about 2 or 3 times now, and I'm still trying to wonder. I'm still wondering. I'm like, where is? They said because I'm watching it. I'm like, they're saying that he raised his. They're saying CGA raised his voice. All he was doing was throwing shots. Pyro said, I think CJ lost because he's black. That's my honest opinion, Chris. No shade. I know you're low key joking, but yes, but you're actually correct. You're actually correct. Meaning this. I know. Meaning this. Andrew Wilson, I don't think Andrew Wilson did his real research on CGA. I think he thought he saw CGA and he thought he was either going to be a very docile black man or one of those black dudes that start getting crunk. You know what I mean when I say crunk? And they start saying MF for this and use a bish. You know, when remember Officer Tatum, the trad con, he had the crash out, right? That's kind of what he expected from CGA off of first glance. But CGA basically destroyed him just on a casual note. And Andrew Wilson didn't know what to do with that. And even, Andrew Wilson's fan base didn't know what to do with that. But it was interesting. They were just saying that CJ was just insulting him. But Andrew Wilson already came off the back going after his bald head. This is wild work.
I got the Chrome Dome going.
Oh yeah, mind you, that wasn't CGA that told him to take his hat off. That was the people in the chat.
All of all people in chat are going to be pissed off at me.
Okay, let's
Sure, you
go.
can bring it in.
Did your guy do the update too?
What's that?
You said your guy
Oh,
was
no, my
updating.
stupid phone.
Talk about today, is marriage worth it for men in the West? So let's get into some opening statements. Who wants to start off?
Yeah,
Okay.
man, marriage is a great institution. It was an institution that built the community of America. Most of the better communities that have safety, good children, good schools are typically centered around marriage. However, marriage has not progressed to the point where men could be safe legally, and a lot of men have experienced tremendous damage, collateral damage as a result, and it has led to broken families, a lot of broken hearts, simply because the laws are not positioned to benefit both people in a divorce. They're
Press 1 in the chat if you can hear clearly. I might put this at 1.5 speed because I've already watched this debate twice. Let's see how that works. Or you know what? Let me do something. Let's do a custom. Well, this one they had a custom option. Yeah, 1.3 or 1.4.
Therefore, you have no fault divorce. You have opportunities for women to use the courts against men. And as a result, men have seen 1, 2, and 3 generations of men getting harmed, their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers getting harmed by this. So Generation Z men are not positioning themselves for a positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asked me, would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no. There's no benefit for the person to get married today.
Got it. Your response, Andrew?
Yeah, I didn't hear any.
Okay. Decent opening response. Something I had expected from him anyways.
Anti-marriage arguments. I heard anti-divorce arguments. So I'm with you on divorce, 100%.
Stream over.
And
You agree.
But it's a good thing that the topic isn't on divorce; it's on marriage. And it seems like you agree with my proposition then. And the proposition is that marriage, quote, is a great institution. And that right now your concern is that men can't be safe in marriage, but that's not actually what you're saying. You're not saying men can't be safe in marriage. They can. You're saying that they may not be safe in divorce. So I have a counter proposition for you. My counter proposition is, what if it's the case that you can use religious marriage institutions without the state? And then we add the ecclesiastical structure of the marriage. That's what always kept them together anyway, before the state was ever involved. So what if instead we use the ecclesiastical church, the structure of the the old churches, that would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, where you see the lowest divorce rates because the community puts pressure on the women to act right. That's what they do. Right now, the state.
And when I saw the beginning of this video, when he started talking about the ecclesiastical structure, to me, this is where Andrew Wilson lost. This whole thing where people are trying to separate divorce from marriage, that doesn't exist. That's like oh, that's literally like if you're an athlete and you think injuries ain't gonna happen. If he didn't get hurt, if he didn't, you can't. Divorce is it is completely part of the marriage, especially with the implementation where we have no fault divorce. So this whole thing where you think that just because you didn't have a specific type of ceremony that is going to save you from the family court, or just save you from the divorce court, whatever, right? That doesn't save you. You know what I mean? So this is where Andrew Wilson, low key, he kind of lost me there, especially what he's talking about in the ecclesiastical marriage structure. And I'm just like, bro, you're not even in one. You know what I mean?
Applies no pressure on women to act right, right? You can just go and file whatever you want, get a divorce, and go be banging the neighbor by the next night. We totally agree on that. But to say that we should abandon marriage is silly. It seems like you're completely pro-marriage. You're just anti-divorce. So why wouldn't you just throw your weight behind institutions where the divorce rate is the least and you have an ecclesiastical structure which can be appealed to assist with that? That's what makes no sense to me.
My response to that is if we're fifths, we'd be all drunk. All right. So that's a scenario that just isn't present.
Can you explain the analogy for me?
Well, if we use if, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If we say if.
And I saw this a lot during the debate where he was just saying, can you please explain this? I'm like, Ninja, you don't know about that saying, if ifs were fifths, we'd all be drunk. I'm like, you ain't never heard that before. I don't know. Like a lot of the times he was saying, like Andrew Wilson, it kind of reminded me of the Jordan Peterson debate with the atheists. Tell me what means. Tell me what this means. Define who. Define. Nigga, the fuck, bruh. I don't know if in this debate, if Andrew Wilson was being intentionally dense, or he never heard of if ifs were fifths, we'd all be drunk. Like this is just like a common, like this is like one of those phrases. You know, like especially like Italians be coming up with some interesting phrases, like if my dog had wings, he'd be a plane. They say stuff like that. Like these are just common phrases and sayings, but it was a lot of that. Andrew Wilson was doing a lot of that during the debate, which really pissed me off.
We have a situation where this is present, then this would work. Well, that makes sense. If we had that,
we do have
work
it right now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work because, and I'm going to tell you why, because a woman can go to a divorce attorney and they can simply just say, hey, listen, it was a off the cuff, off the state divorce, but you got married within a certain state, or she filed in a certain state, so therefore the divorce goes on.
No,
absolutely, yes.
well,
listen, I've been with the divorce attorneys, and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, you can get married in a ritual, you can get married in the orthodoxy, you can get married off record, but if she files and that woman is hell-bent on saying, we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does your way eliminate common law?
I don't have any way to eliminate common law.
So
what
then,
I have is a way for men to avoid
well, then the
being
argument's
used.
silly.
The argument.
So he says the argument is silly because CGA doesn't quote unquote have a way to avoid common law, even though he already said it's best if men of a certain status refrain from marriage. So he calls it silly. Even though the scenario that Andrew Wilson just described in an ecclesiastical structure that, let's keep it a buck, no, most women are not going to accept this. Unless if your name is Cam Newton or Nick Cannon, none of these, none of these broads, even if you come across a completely goofy broad, she's gonna have 5 friends or 5 female friends or female relatives. They're not gonna let her do a off the cuff non-state sanctioned wedding. And then, by the way, on top of that, you're gonna have her sign a prenup. That women are not gonna give up that leverage. Unless if you're clouded up like a one of those, like a future Cam Newton. If you're one of these dudes that has leverage in terms of you have multiple like several baby moms, and all the baby moms are all competing for your attention, then maybe you can pull that off. But bruh, that's why I find it strange where he calls his scenario silly. But what Andrew Wilson just described, no woman is accepting this. No woman is accepting this. Please stop it.
Not silly. So here's what you have. You have a if proposition, which doesn't exist for most men. Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy. So it doesn't apply. So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said, which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't interrupt.
I understand.
It doesn't matter. Most religious, quote unquote, most religious women are not going to do a quote unquote a non-state sanctioned ceremony unless if you're in a cult. You know what I mean? Unless if you're in a cult. So
but maybe to take that point, most aren't under your religion.
Okay,
we can agree with that.
So here's the thing, though. But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly, and if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to,
by the way, I hope people don't get offended in the chat, but Christianity is a dead religion in the United States. It's not. People just don't have respect for Christianity or Orthodox Christianity or whatever. How many? It's like 20 sects. 20 sects in Christianity. People don't have respect for Christianity no more in this country. So that's low-key a moot point. So and I hope the Christians in the chat don't get offended, but you're not, even the quote unquote Christian women, they're not going to accept this.
Cohabitate with a woman. The thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway, if there's cohabitation at all. You're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because
that's not going to do nothing? I'm still wondering. I still don't see how people say Andrew Wilson won this one. I'm listening to the points. I don't get it, man.
Because women like to yap. So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl power. And she starts talking to her little friends, and she starts telling them how liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this is why when women have divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that this social contagion is eliminated because now we have an ecclesiastical structure, an ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get...
By the way, Pyro is joking, guys, just in case if you guys are looking in the chat, he's joking. He's repeating something that I would say basically how people are like, I usually make fun of people for being hypocrites, where they'll be a fan, like say they'll be a fan of a guy like a Undead Chronic or a Corey Holcomb, and they could say everything they want about black people or this people or that people, but then they'll draw the line where they decide to draw the line after they talked about everybody, and it's always funny. You know what I mean? Oh, hold on. Shout out to I hope I'm, because I can't read. Suave. I hope I'm saying Suave D, right? He said they're applauding him because he presented a solution, a quote unquote solution, without taking into account the probability of it manifesting in reality. And that's the thing. What you're going to see in this debate, people are saying that Coach Greg Adams was cutting him off. He was like, but that's not how I see it. He was trying to take him out of Fantasy Island, outside of the church, right? Because at the end of the day, most marriages are outside of the church, right? And even if you do have a quote unquote ecclesiastical marriage outside of the church, if something goes wrong, if you don't know, if she's unhappy, she can have a divorce. Because let's keep it a bug. No matter how many marriages are outside or inside the churches, all the divorces are outside of the church. Oh, the child custody battles and the family courts, the modifications, that's done outside of the church. 100% of those are going to be done outside of the church. And this is basically where it should end right there. But I was, like I said, I was surprised where I'm seeing like YouTubers like the Poor Man Podcast and Mediocre Tutorials. They on Andrew Wilson's side. I'm sitting there like I had my hands over my head. I'm like, wow. I'm like, oh, y'all still don't get it. I said, y'all still don't get it. I said, hey, good luck. Like I said, post 2030, any man post 2026, I'm not feeling bad for no man that decides to get married post 2026. The information that we're getting as men, we're not even supposed to be having this kind of information. God has showed us everything we need to see, right? And technically, everything we needed to see was in the biblical scriptures and in the Quran, et cetera, anyways, right? But we have been blessed to have this type of information where now we can put ourselves as men in a leverage position. But it seems like most men want to still go on the plantation and then cry about the aftermath of it, because these are going to be the same people talking about how unfair the system is once they get a divorce, once they get their kids taken away from them. By that point, you're not going to hear no sympathy from me. Nope. You're not going to hear no sympathy from me. Yeah. But that's because, okay, so Pyro said even MTR is agreeing. Yes, but that's because Andrew Wilson, he's collaborated with MTR before, right? So this is why I always say the tradcons are the worst people in this space, because they have infiltrated, the tradcons have infiltrated the RP space and given a lot of these dudes with no hope. And that's and that's the worst thing you can do. Instead of giving people hope, you should be giving them options. You should be giving them the reality. And if they can't handle the reality, then I don't know what to tell you. If you can't handle the reality, you can't handle the reality. I used to say this. I often say this on this channel, guys. At the end of the day, women don't owe you pussy. Back in the day, dudes had to go to war and die, and had to get shot at. Dudes had to invade lands to get punani. Right? There's trade-offs. We live in a peaceful time. Men don't really need women. Women don't really need men. At the end of the day, the option is, you have more options as a man than you think. But these people, but like I said, I'm starting to realize that maybe, and this is my fault as well. So I take responsibility. Maybe people like me, I've been enabling the wrong type of dudes in this space. Because at the end of the day, I used to say, look, I always felt like women felt more entitled to a man's resources than a man felt entitled to a woman's body. But the more I see these dudes in this space, particularly the tradcons, I think you have a real subset of dudes that really think that they're old pussy just for existing. And I am not for that at all. Like, I am not for that at all. And I hope I'm not I hope I haven't been enabling the wrong type of dudes, because that's really what it is. Because I've given people options as well. I used to tell people, oh, okay, so why don't you try surrogacy? Why don't you try this? You want your own kids? Okay, why don't you can import a bish. How about you get a bish from outside the country, or you can do the passport bros. We've given men plenty of options to get what you want, but it seems like they just want the women that are here, and they just want to just control them no matter what. So I really hope people like me, I hope I haven't been enabling the wrong type of dudes. But I always said this, the worst people that have infiltrated the space, it's not necessarily just the pickup artists, because I always said the pickup artists were the worst, but I think the trad cons that have infiltrated this space, these are the worst people in the space. Even though they're not, they think they're part of the space, but they're actually they're a black eye in the space. Not even the incels. Not even the incels. I think it's the trad cons that are making it this discourse worse, because they always want to rewind things back to the 1950s. They don't know how to move on. They don't understand we're in 2025. The 1950s isn't coming back. Right? Let me see. Captain Cabbage says the funniest thing about Andrew is he actually got divorced from his first wife, who just so happened to be a black woman. Look, huh? Now that I didn't know. You what? He did not have a black wife as his first wife. I knew he got divorced. I know he's been divorced before, and then now his current wife is a single mom, and then he married a single mom with 2 kids from 2 different dads. That part I know, that's confirmed. I didn't bother to look up what his first wife looked like. So can you confirm this to me? If you got the information, can you put some proof? Because I don't want to that would be hilarious if that's true. That would be hilarious if that's true. If his first wife was a black woman, that would be the funniest. That would be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Young Doka, shout out to you. What's good, man? Pyro the Flame King said the chameleons too, the female pygmies, they are just female Derek Jacksons. But those are easy. Those are very easy, right? Those are very easy to pick out. I'll say this, there are a couple that I like what they have to say, but I'll say that there's just one woman who is a black woman. Her name is like Daphne, but she's not part of the manosphere. She's just her own brand. And what I like about her is she be snitching on women. Like, she be calling the police on broads, trying to false. She goes on private women's group chats and be putting their names to the police and putting cases on. So whatever you feel about Daphne, the queen, I think, what's her brand? The Queen of Accountability, whatever. Right? Whatever you feel about Daphne, at least she done put in some work in. She done put in work, way more work in the streets than most men in the space. Like, she be actually getting bitches arrested. She was the reason why the brick lady actually got prison time, actually got in trouble for what she did. So shout out to Daphne off of Twitter. She's the only one. She got the brick lady locked up. She's done more work, groundwork, than most men in this so-called manosphere. Way more work than Andrew Wilson, that lives in make-believe land. She done actually got bitches locked up. Like, she goes on chats and she screenshots the chats. She puts it on the Twitter. She got the police on speed dial, and she You know what I mean? She be putting actual work in. Everybody else, they just be talking respectfully, right? So shout out to her, but she's not part of the manosphere. She's just her own brand. So most of the women that be in the manosphere, they be capping. But anyways,
ostracized from that social group through excommunication, for instance, or not being able to participate anymore with that community, that's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that
let me get 1.5 speed. Let me see if I can get it faster. 1.5 speed. Let's see how it sounds.
great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can be common law married anyway inside of a state, and they can get grounds for divorce on that anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent them from doing that. So it sounds like we agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here, and it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that.
He's asking CGA if you have any solutions to attack the divorce structure rather than the marriage structure. Doofus. Andrew Wilson, you are the doofus, not CGA. There is no attacking the divorce structure. There is no defeating the alligator in the pit, you know. No, you can't defeat the big bad monster by yourself. You stay out of the cave, and the cave is marriage. All right, you stay out of the cave. That's the solution. You stay outside of the cave where the big bad monster is, which is divorce. I don't like, just because in this case with the analogy I'm using, Andrew Wilson thinks that he can avoid this by coming into the cave, which is marriage, by coming in with his little sword and his cross shield, like they used in the the 1200s, the 1300s. And he thinks he can defeat the big bad dragon with his little sword and his shield. But you don't know what that dragon looks like. I don't understand. You have people in this space, they really think, but particularly Caucasian dudes, they really think they're like above being put on child support, being above divorce. Like so particularly the TradCon dudes, they really, I don't know, they really think they're Jesus Christ or, or something. There's such a massive disconnect. So I hey, that's on him. That's on him. Pyro said another girl is part of the manosphere who was a Jamaican lady. I don't remember her name, but I see her a lot. Andrew is one of those white people in horror movies that think they can defeat the killer. Facts. So yeah, Suave D says, I'm trying to understand how his social pressure mechanism is going to work. From what I see, the church is too afraid to hold women accountable. Suave D, I don't know if you're new to my channel. I have said stories on here where I've been like a musician, like at like these banquets where you'll have the pastor's wife talking to the women of the church, and you'll have the pastor's wife be like, ladies, you do know you have to sleep with your husbands, right? And the wives will be in the crowd and they'd be like, man, I don't want to have. They will be giving the pastor's wife attitude for saying that. I'm talking about today. They're not trying to hear. I'm talking about the church women are not trying to hear that. The church women, they're not trying. They're like, I have so many stories of this. Or when they they'll tell their wives, oh, you got to cook, you got to do. They will be giving the pastor's wife attitude for telling them what to do at these women's conferences. They and I'm sitting there like, I don't think Andrew Wilson understands. I don't know what world he lives in, but they don't hold women accountable, not even in the church. So forget the secular world. For even forget if you're doing anything with outside the church. But I'll say this, I've seen it. I think it's worse in church, because in church, they just literally let the hoes do whatever they want. It's because the church is basically full of former 304s that are in church looking for something new, something different. You know what I mean? They're from my point of view, the so-called Christian women are worse than the secular women. That's just from what I've seen from what I've seen from these churches, especially now, the so-called church women, they're worse than the secular women, or they're worse than the atheists. The atheist women. That's just from what I've seen, especially today. Suave D said, "This is why I don't believe that Christian women are no different from their secular counterpoints." Facts. I agree. I've said this many times on my channel. Captain Cabbage says the wife thing is true, though. He's admitted it. I'll look for some clips or links. That's if his first wife was a black woman, that has got to be the funniest thing in my life. I got like, I'll say this. I'll give Andrew Wilson a pass if she's half. Like, say if the wife was like half white, half black, and she lived in the suburbs most of her life, maybe I'll give her a pass. Maybe I'll give him a pass. Even still, then there's no way his first wife was black. There is no way. Don't let CGA find that out, because we already know. Because technically, Andrew Wilson is already losing to me, because you're talking about an ecclesiastic marriage structure, and his current structure is nowhere near ecclesiastical marriage structure. You married a woman with 2 kids from 2 different dads. It's going to be hard for me to listen to you off rip. I don't care if you're not a red pill guy or you're a Christian guy. If you're a dude and you married a single mom with 2 different baby dads, dog, that ain't it.
Other than just avoid the thing that's great for you, because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure, that's
so
like
why don't
smoking
we
cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we can do it now.
Okay,
Right
so like
second.
smoking cigarettes is the same analogy you're saying. Okay, here, cigarettes in this situation, we obviously know it has negative side effects, so you would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper, but we can't travel.
Y'all caught the cigarette shade that he that he threw on Andrew Wilson. But anyways,
to the land of make-believe. It sounds great. The majority of people probably wouldn't do it. And if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are. So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that
most men are even afraid to even offer a prenup. So this whole come with me in this ecclesiastical marriage structure, most Christian dudes won't even be able to pull that off. So I don't even know why that's even like. First of all, most of the people that are agreeing with Andrew Wilson, they probably never even heard of ecclesiastics. They couldn't even, these so-called Christian dudes that agree with Andrew Wilson, they probably can't even find ecclesiastics in the Bible. If you gave him 60 seconds to find ecclesiastics in the Bible, they probably couldn't even find it. Hey yo. And anywho,
small percentage of people use. No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument here contradicts itself, because on the one hand, you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage.
Absolutely.
Okay, well then I don't understand how it's the land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't.
Sure.
Right. So
you can offer that.
So if I
You can offer
am,
that.
it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what.
how's that a contradiction? What the fuck? That don't make no sense. But anywho, I'm gonna let him speak.
You're offering, and here's what you're offering. Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best for children. These are your words. In marriage, right? Men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive. You're saying, well, the problem is that divorce rates are high, and they are.
So Captain Cabbage. Oh, sorry, I already read this comment, but nah, there's Captain Cabbage. I need proof. I'm not even gonna put that on that man. It's not that I don't believe you. It's too good to be true. It's too good to be true. And then Andrew Wilson was trying to talk about how he, if the black community followed his plan, they'd be fine too. It would be too rich if that is true. There's no way.
However, there's a few things there that you haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic too. For instance, if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white.
Correct.
Okay, way worse. And also socioeconomics matters, right?
So, like I said, what Captain Cabbage just said, and then he brought up, like I said, so people were mad at CGA for bringing up race, but Andrew Wilson brought up demographics first. I don't like it when okay, this is the thing, particularly I don't like it when the TradCon white dudes do this. They will throw the rocks, and then you will throw the rock back at them, and then they will call you a terrorist for throwing the rock back or addressing that you threw the rock. This is the stuff that Malcolm X was talking about back in the day, right? And I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to be pro blickety black a little bit in this stream. I'm gonna have to, only because we're dealing with the average TradCon white dude, where they will, with the constant throwing the rocks and hiding the hands, and then specifically when you look at the comment section or the chats where they were acting like CGA was being mean or CGA brought up race, and I'm like, Andrew Wilson brought up demographics first. You know what I mean? So I anyway, they act like he just brought it up out of nowhere, and Andrew Wilson brought up demographics first. And by the way, when you talk about demographics and marriage, etc., in the relations between demographics, race, marriage, etc., CJ talks about this stuff on his channel all the time. This is not no new stuff.
Demographics in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved, and it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
What bish is going to accept your ecclesiastical marriage, do it outside of do a ecclesiastical marriage without a state sanctioned marriage, and then on top of that do a prenup? What broad is going to accept that? Not even the dumb broads. There's no way. There's no way. What broad is going to accept that? What woman is going to accept? That's literally that's basically asking the woman to complete. I have no leverage in the situation. No leverage. Let me see. Oh, JT Sports Picks. He said, Andrew destroyed this clown. Just stop with your 10 viewers. He said, do you know what a prescription is? Or an odds? You think Andrew Wilson has a prescription? You do you even know what, without using ChatGPT, do you even know what ecclesiastics is? Ecclesiastics. That's his prescription, an ecclesiastical marriage. Can you tell me what that is without using ChatGPT? What is ecclesiastics? Just without me even though you probably heard earlier what I said. What is ecclesiastics? That this first of all, the quote unquote prescription, that's not a prescription. Most women are not going to accept that. 90% plus of women are not going to accept that in a ecclesiastical marriage structure. And then on top of that, she already has to be in the or was it the Orthodox Christian, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then on top of that, outside of a state sanctioned marriage, on top of that, a prenup. Bitch is already run if you say, I want you to sign a prenup, just in general. If you just say prenup. If you say pre anything, bitch finna run. You put any contract, an NDA, anything, they finna run. Unless if you're clouded up. That is not a prescription, man. That ain't no prescription. And then on top of that, your king, Andrew Wilson, since that's your guy, is he in an ecclesiastical marriage structure? And I'm looking at the comments. You still can't tell me what ecclesiastics is. So I don't know what you're talking about. I told you, can you tell me what ecclesiastic is? This nigga just finna go on ChatGPT. Well, what is ecclesiastics? even though I just told the viewers what that is earlier, he just came in trying to defend Andrew Wilson. This ninja finna be on ChatGPT. What is ecclesiastics? Oh, these niggas ain't heard of ecclesiastics in their life. And they talking about Andrew Wilson destroyed CGA. What is wrong with these dudes, man? Hey boy. Hey, Mr. Top Down said, bro, get on with it instead of arguing with one guy. Hey, this is my channel. I can roast whoever I want, respectfully. But anywho, Ecclesiastics, just to let you know, I said this earlier, it's a book in the Bible. I'm gonna help you Christians out, since you guys, particularly, Caucasian Christians, they're a very interesting bunch. It's a book in the Bible. Now, I don't remember what's in Ecclesiastics because I know it's in the Old Testament. That's all I remember. I don't have my Google. Trust me, I don't have my Google set up or anything. This is just off of what I remember from when I was literally in in elementary school. So I'm guessing he's taking the structure from that part of the Bible, and he's trying to apply that to now. That's what I think he's doing. Forgive me if I'm getting that wrong, but like I said, I'm not a Christian, yet I know the Bible better than you. Anywho, it means, he says, Mr. Top Down says, dude, shut up. It means not secular in this. Is it dude? Shut up. It means not secular in this context. Okay. I'm just saying, if you can get I'll say this, if you can get a woman to agree to do that with you, just agreeing to do that with you, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. If you can get a woman to do that for you, shout out to you. Andrew Wilson's not in one himself, but he's proposing this to you normies. Okay. Shout out to you. But even then, do you think that's going to save you from being in family court? Because imagine you have kids with this woman. She splits up, forget just divorce. She splits up with you. She splits up with you, but she wants to keep the kids. Now your ass going to be in family court. If she wants to, she can still take your ass to family court. Even though you were in just because you didn't get married doesn't save you from family court. This is the stuff that we're trying to tell you dudes. This is the help. I thought we was helping motherfuckers. But I don't think men want help. I think men want to be slaves. Joseph Mesa says Ecclesiastics is the verse full of rules, what ought to be. Yes. Okay. Same for Deuteronomy. Okay. I remember. Okay. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for that. Because I remember when I was a kid, they was talking about something like this. Well, the thing is, when I was a kid, I was actually in a so-called, I'm not going to say so-called, but I was actually in a small church structure where you had the pastors arranging the marriages, putting people together and doing stuff like this. This is why I look at most of this stuff that Andrew Wilson and all these people talking about. they on clown behavior. They actually don't know how this stuff works. But I do remember they would do like these Bible studies, and you'd actually have to learn these verses and these chapters and all this stuff. So I do remember the pastor at the time, he was talking about there were certain books in the Bible, particularly in the beginning, where everything was very rule structured, and there were certain books in the Bible where it's just about the rules and what ought to be. So yeah, shout out to you. Joseph Mesa is right. Let me see. Ecclesiastics. I don't remember. I just remember it's like in the beginning of the Old Testament. It's one of the books in the beginning of the Old Testament. And Pyro, notice this. Pyro, notice. I haven't seen JT Sports picks since. He's talking about a prescription, and he don't even know what Ecclesiastics is. But anyways, isn't that wild? But yeah, same for Deuteronomy, the book of Deuteronomy. Facts. But anyways, moving on. Shout out to Joseph Mesa for the knowledge there.
You said if about 50 times
So did
today.
you.
Now, here's what I'm telling you.
So
I'm
did
telling you
you.
when, all right? We're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue
What
against.
system are you going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state. Almost everyone does it this way. So
Typically
now
is
you're
not-
here's hold on.
not-
Mr. Top Down said, "Priest, plus pray. Are you a black Hebrew Israelite?" Well, no, but they know. It looks like they know the Bible better than the white Christians that I come across. No, respectfully.
Like, hold on for a second. You
typically
moved the
doesn't mean
goalpost.
anything.
You moved the goalpost to a scenario of if, and you're arguing
is.
from the if.
Is.
No, hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
No, listen.
It is.
Give me a
it's
chance to
perspective.
listen.
All right,
Give me a chance.
Go ahead.
You're arguing from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that, but you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if. That's the land of make believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only that, your land of make believe still exists. The prenup with the Ecclesiastics. You can write whatever you want in that prenup. It only matters in the divorce. That's the reality. So I'm still dealing in reality. You're in the clouds. Hold on.
Including Christian women. Most Christian women are in state sanctioned marriages, and 100%. I'll say this: 100% of the divorces. Let's keep it above. Or how about this? We'll say most, like 90% plus. We'll say that 90% plus of divorces is done through this is done through the courts. So let's this is with Christians. So even and Muslims, all types of religions.
For a second. You're in the clouds. So let's take the demographics.
Okay.
In your scenario, it sounds like, which would be fair, your primary concern is with white people.
No, it's with
Hold on for a second. You said with black people, the demographics, the chance is higher.
Yeah.
So have you discovered the Ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However, their demographics, economics, which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with Ecclesiastics. It's all going to boil down to in the law. And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know
yes,
any?
sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriages? That
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes. And by the way, when you keep
Are we in reality?
First of all, what Andrew Wilson said, that's not true. that's not true. But we'll like I said, we'll see with Andrew Wilson. And because like I said, I know I said this kind of reminds me of Hafiz, but now this stuff is starting to remind me of Steve Crowder. Remember when Steve Crowder was very like, oh yeah, these MGTOW guys, they have no idea what they're talking about, and you guys just need to be better dudes. And we're just sitting there just like like I'm talking about I'm sitting there on, because I was watching this on Dead Chronics channel, and I'm just sitting there just like with my hand on my cheek, my face cheek, just like, bro, he just doesn't know. So I kind of left that alone, and then Crowder ends up getting fleeced by his so-called trad wife, and is still currently being fleeced by his wife through the state. And he's getting super fleeced because Crowder is now coming out and saying that, and his people are saying that it's people in the TradCon space that are on Hillary Crowder's side and stabbing Steve Crowder in the back while doing so. It's wild how that's happening. Now, I'm a little bit more emotionally invested with the Andrew Wilson CGA thing, but the Steve Crowder one, I was just like, he'll learn. It was just like a sigh. It was just like, it's like, remember baby. Okay, Suave D, did you ever watch Baby Boy? And Jody was talking crazy to his mom's boyfriend, and he's just like, youngster. And then Jody just sitting back in his chair. He's like, yeah, get your black ass out of here, out of my face. You think he finna sit back, and then he started getting choked out. That's literally what happened to Crowder. That's literally what happened to Crowder. But Crowder, I didn't really have an emotional investment towards Crowder. It was just watching the average Christian normie TradCon dude talk nonsense because he just doesn't know. He just doesn't know. And by the way, I don't think Andrew Wilson's a bad person. I think he just doesn't know. Later on in the debate, divorce is going to come up again. But CJ says that divorce is a lawsuit. And and Wilson goes, divorce is not a lawsuit. I'm like, yes, divorce is a lawsuit. Or if your girl puts you on child support, that's a lawsuit. But he just doesn't know. He doesn't know. You know what I mean? Joseph Mesa says, Catholic-wise, the only road to be a hermit personally following the aughts. I don't know what the aughts are. That's a blank. I don't know what I guess you mean the aughts, the things that ought to be, I guess. That's a blank in my knowledge. Young Doga says the church can only be as involved as the marriage wants. So Andrew is right, but so obviously wrong, because in reality it won't work like that. That's the thing. Like I said, it's not that like we would love things to work that way where the man has the leverage, right? But we just understand it doesn't work that way. We would love it for it to work that way where the man has the leverage in a religious patriarchal structure. Of course, that's the that's the ideal, obviously. But we all know how this really works. We all know how the reality really works. Joseph Mesa says, funny thing is that the TradCon women who veil man to they kneel. I don't know what that means, that last part. It says, Young Doga says, not to mention what church are talking about, because most of the time women won't be held accountable. They're not going to be held accountable. Not in church. I've been in church, like in terms of working in a church as a musician, whether it be for banquets, weddings, praise and worship, right? As a musician, right? I'm trying to think of other funerals. I played in funerals. Yeah. I don't know if that counts. Oh, shout out to Red Door Woman, one of the accounts that follows AJ Rants and Reactions. I saw a comment she made. She said, I ain't been inside a church since I've been into the last time I've been in a church was at a funeral. And that was 10 years ago. I thought that was funny. That's classic. That's a classic line that most like non-church going people like myself. The only time I go to church is when I'm trying to make some money. No, respectfully, church is a circus. I'm gonna keep it a bug. It's a circus. Like I've seen too much behind the scenes for me to really like, take it seriously. I've seen too much. I knew one dude I went to school with. He was a pastor in training, but I know him. I know what he is. Like I know what he is. So it's just like he's doing well too. He's doing well. Doing real well. He's a good hustler. He's a really, he's shout out to him. That dude's mad chill. Big LeBron fan. He loves loves basketball. But I know him personally. I know what I know him. You know what I mean? So shout out to him. And shout out to all the hustlers out there, man. Orthodox Christianity would be the church he's talking about. Yeah. Even like, people even talk about, the Mormons, but the Mormons, they be doing debauchery behind the scenes, dog. Justin D. Bradley said, no, sir. I don't know if you mean no, sir, at the title. and I understand if people might disagree with me in terms of destroying Andrew Wilson, but to me, the way I watched the debate, they're saying that CGA gave no solutions, but there's no solution to that situation when it comes to family court, divorce court. There's no avoiding it. So the best way to avoid it is to not get married. And I believe silent protest, when you just remove yourself, if you're a person of value, it means something. Trust me. Now, if you're not a person of value, you removing yourself, it's probably not going to do anything. But I'll say this from me, my personal experience, just removing myself without saying anything. If I'm not feeling something, that's always worked best. And you see it through the numbers. Most men are not getting married, and people are, now enough men have done it where people are like, okay, what's going on here? And now you're offering them an ecclesiastical marriage. And Andrew Wilson's not even in one himself. Let me repeat that. He's not even in an ecclesiastical marriage. This dude married a single mom with 2 different kids. What black man could get away with some shit like this? Talking about an ecclesiastical or Deuteronomy, Exodus, Numbers, marriage structure, and then take him seriously. What? Dude married a single mammy with 2 kids with 2 different women. But CGA's the clown. This is wild work. I don't know. We living in cuckoo land, but like I said, I think too many people personally like Andrew Wilson. This is why, and Andrew Wilson has been on everybody's podcast, so they're not trying to make him look bad. And I think people are fond of him because he goes on the whatever podcast and he quote unquote, debates OnlyFans broads. I mean, congratulations, buddy. You defeated the OnlyFans 304s. And by the way, this is how you know that Andrew Wilson lost. This is how you know Andrew Wilson lost. This dude went on Rollo Tomasi's podcast the next day, or was it 2 days later? Didn't even mention CGA's name, but complained about, sometimes you're debating people. And some people are incoherent. I didn't even know what that guy was saying the other day. You go on a podcast with a group of other men to talk crazy about a man that's not even there with you. Sorry, sir. You lost. You lost. Tumbleweed says there's terrible opinions are why you have 10 viewers. LOL. The sad part is you can't even comprehend why you're wrong. Well, like I said, I've had the most views on these topics, where I said Riley Gaines doesn't have my support. Mostly making fun of the trad cons. This is actually ironic. What you said is there's a bit of irony to that, because the most views I've had is when I start ripping on the trad cons. Yo, man. You know what I mean? Famous Ace says, you're talking crazy about a man who's not here right now. But I'm not debating him. He had a debate with CGA. That's Famous Ace. You gotta catch up. You know what I mean? Respectfully, you gotta catch up. He's he had the debate with CJ. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? that's the point. You're doing semantics right there. This is something that my exes used to do, stuff like that. Please don't do that. Anyways, moving on.
I'm trying.
I mean, we're not arguing anything. This is an Atlanta make believe.
Well, when I'm allowed to,
facts, Pyro, the short bus is that way. Respectfully, that's you're arguing semantics. Most people know what I'm talking about. But anyways,
okay, give me a second. Let me finish this point.
Go ahead.
You're imagining. Your imagination is great. John Lennon would be great. You know, you would be proud of you at this particular point.
But I'm imagining all the people.
I will say this: the little shots that CJ would take, that was a little bit. I'm not going to say too much, because I've seen CJ insult his own viewers way harder than Andrew Wilson. So maybe it wasn't quote unquote necessary, but I didn't really have a problem with it, to be honest with you.
You're imagining all the people under a situation and a structure that you brought in here, all right? But the state highly governs this, and the state highly governs divorce. I'm dealing in a reality situation where I'm trying to counsel men to give information to. The best thing you've told me is that you're willing to give men the option to do this. Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not, just like they're not willing to do what I'm telling them to do. However, we're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah,
Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
See, you're not willing to do that
Well,
because
You see, this is why low-key the debate kind of didn't go anywhere, because he's not willing to leave the clouds, which is fair. You can't really argue with like a religious person like Andrew Wilson if you're not willing to, because it's a lose-lose. You're arguing with a fictitious, shield. How am I going to argue against your God? It's impossible.
it's all based on your reality.
Guess what? It's a debate, and I will argue my points from my view, how I see fit. It's not for you to.
But what I'm not going to do is expect to be arguing from the land of make believe.
Yeah, but it's
okay.
Not,
all right. So
okay,
anybody
my turn.
Anybody
relax.
have the sound effect for the television show where the train comes through, Mr. Rogers?
I mean, look, I can give you a methodology in which you can utilize the religious ecclesiastical institution, which has existed for 2,000 years and has right now the lowest divorce rates, right this second as we speak, not make-believe land, not hundreds of years in the future, right this second, as opposed to the system you have of common law divorce, which is sky high, and you can't do anything about it. That's what is true. So pointing out what is true is right now you can have a prenup. That is true. What is true is prenups are usually held up in court. That is true. What is true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And if you do, the only way that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed. Now,
by the way, I hope you guys have been paying attention to the streamers or these pay attention to like the famous people. Like they were with their bitch for a while. You saw what happened to XQC. He was with his bitch for a while. The bitch leaves him. All of a sudden, he's getting served on stream. Like when you see examples like this in real life, and you're looking at yourself as a man and you thinking that can't happen to you, I don't know what to say to you. You know what I mean?
By the church, that's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field, hump a lot of chicks? How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful? Your turn.
Bruh. CJ's face. That was a very lazy analysis from Andrew Wilson. Very lazy analysis. What's your solution? Just hump more chicks? No, just refrain from putting yourself in a situation where you're indebted to the state. Technically is what you said, but in CGA's case, it's 100% proof if you don't participate in the marriage structure or ecclesiastical marriage, which most people I'm talking about, they're defending Andrew Wilson. They don't even know where ecclesiastics is in the Bible. This is crazy to me. This is wild. Shout out to Jeremy. Jeremy said CGA cooked here. Jeremy said he paid $100K in court fees for that, by the way. Oh yeah, divorce is expensive. So you know, a lot of people, unfortunately, like people like CGA, and many men have had to learn the hard way. You know what I mean? Yep. Young Doga said, didn't Big Sean just leave Janae Aiko? Yes. And smartly so, because in I don't know what state they were living in, but depending on what state they were living in, he could have gotten served. But at the same time, Big Sean and Janae Aiko did have a kid together, so he's probably going to see family court eventually. Eventually, he's probably going to see um, family court. Joe Gansey said he didn't destroy Ish. Well, like I said, that's what you think. You know, I don't know. Maybe if you're married, if you're not married, you know, it is what it is. The stats don't lie. Most dudes is refraining from marriage for a reason.
All right, we're returning back to Earth. Now, first things first, when it comes to this, back in reality, there's no God in marriage. So, Mr. Sky Daddy, God, religion, that's all great, but there's no God in marriage. At this particular point, when you go through a marriage, if one person decides to not obey the Holy Bible or whatever you're thumping, you have no basis to keep that marriage together. If she decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself, she's now under the state.
Agree.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced.
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption, right?
Have you been divorced?
I mean,
have you been married?
Can you tell me if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me a second,
debate?
because if you've been through one, you would know that there's no God in the divorce court, in the family court. There's no God in there. No one asked you.
There is the state in there.
There is a
So I think with that part, I think Andrew Wilson thought that he was trying to get him, but CJ was actually trying to relate to him, saying, "Look, I've been through a divorce myself. I know what the family court looks like." You know what I mean? And I don't know. Maybe I think Andrew Wilson declined to answer because he didn't want to feel like a quote unquote failure, but he doesn't realize that was actually CGA reaching out his hand to him. But I'll say this: most conservatives or most people like Andrew Wilson, they're too slow to realize something like this. But anyway,
so that's what we're arguing.
Yeah,
that's when you get married. So you're telling me if, and I'm telling you, well, this is what's going to happen. Even if you took Sky Daddy into court with you, they would say you pray to the judge.
Yeah.
The judge is the authority in the court. So cover
What
this.
made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular? That's the question
Yeah,
I ask you.
but-
You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and
so I'm gonna fast forward to the important parts because they kind of go into this, CCJ starts talking about he mentioned Sky Daddy. Oh, shout out to Dr. L. Please subscribe to Dr. L. I was on his channel in the live chat going in. He was covering the debate last night, and somebody had super chatted into his stream, and he said for the Sky Daddy collection Sky Daddy collection fund. That was funny. But let me fast forward to the important parts that people were kind of going over.
Yeah,
Go ahead and answer the question.
So if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry.
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever. Never. What would ever be the point of secular marriage? There's always been a religious institution. That's what made it great. Now, when you say it's a great institution, what?
Now that's cap, because men in the past were less religious, believe it or not. The so-called TradCon, TradCon dudes like to talk about stuff about the 1950s and 1940s, but really back then it was mostly women that were more church oriented, and the women had to drag the men into church. That's how it used to be. Now it's the opposite. We're the gender roles have flipped. Now it's the men trying to drag the women into church. Okay, now the women had to depend on the church and these communities and stuff, because back then there was no fault divorce. There wasn't no you didn't have like a structure where you had the family courts favoring the women. So women really had to be on their P's and Q's, because there was no help for them if they was out here being a single mom. That's why there was barely any single moms back in the 60s, 50s, 40s. It was like less than 7% or something like that. The numbers are staggering. It's actually quite staggering when you look at the numbers of that. But let me fast forward with this. So him bringing up the religious part, I don't think Andrew Wilson understands. Let me see.
Made it great for secularists, other than marriage, ever do with this?
Exactly. Here's the problem. You're cherry picking.
Cherry picking what?
Listen,
I'm listening.
I'm gonna slow you down. I'm gonna slow you down because I see what you're doing here. I'm gonna slow you down,
Okay.
Because it's hard for you to keep up.
It is. You're
I
right.
understand. I
I am-
understand because you
I
haven't
am
been across. This is your
adapting.
toughest debate. Your audience knows this.
Oh, it's rough.
There's no God in marriage
Okay.
in the United States.
Yeah.
Can we agree to that? When you get to divorce, there's no God in
we
marriage.
can't agree to that.
We need to agree to it because
Bruh, that's just facts. There is no God in marriage. When you're in a divorce court, you can't bring God. You can't bring your God in a divorce court in a family court structure. And for Andrew Wilson, though, he doesn't even want to agree to that. It just show because Andrew, like I said, Andrew Wilson, he just wanted to stick with the religion. He didn't want to leave that fantasy, because if you leave that fantasy and you come to the reality, you're basically conceding that Coach Greg Adams is right. Let me see. Joe Granzi said, show proof of that. Well, that's why I'm doing the stream. He said that men were less religious back then. Proof. Oh, you just don't know. You don't know. But anywho, if you don't know, you don't know. Men are way more religious now than they were back then. Way more. If you don't know this by now, I don't even know what you're paying attention to. Like young men today, I'm talking about today, are way more religious, way more conservative, I'll say, than the men of back then. Like you know what I mean? Like I thought this was common knowledge. I thought this was common knowledge. Rage Page says, just wanted to pop in and let you know that Andrew is a legend and the black guy is ignorant. The black guy has a name. If somebody came on your stream, but never mind, let me not go there. But the black guy has a name. His name is Coach Greg Adams. Let me see. Young Doka says, you can't ever have a debate when you both have different frameworks. It's like debating pro-life or baby deletion, but one person is of the framework that the baby is a parasite. It goes nowhere. This is true. You are right about that. You are right about that. You are right about that. But even with the baby deletion topic, I believe both sides, both the liberals and the conservatives, are hypocrites when it comes to the baby deletion topic. You know. Let me see. Andrew Wilson already agreed to the point of no God in the courtroom literally 1 minute ago when he said the state. But when asked plainly, he denies it. That's why I don't get. He contradicted himself right there. But he doesn't. Like I said, most conservatives, they just don't want to. They don't want to live in reality. They just don't want to live in the reality. They see the reality. I think they just don't want to believe. They just don't want to believe it. They just don't want to believe it. Oh man. Joe Ganzi says, no, we don't know what you mean. Show proof. Okay. Rage Page. Nobody knows who the fuck that dude is. Oh no, people know who Coach Greg Adams is. Oh, they know. they know, man. Just because you're too lazy to find out doesn't mean that nobody else doesn't know. You know what I mean? Respectfully. Joe Ganzi says, what was the black guy's argument? He didn't make one argument the entire debate. Well, that's because you're too slow. Respectfully. Pyro says, how the F would you even bother watching the debate if you don't know CG? I'm like, that's why I didn't want to say the obvious out loud. Shout out to you, Pyro. I didn't even want to say that out loud, but it's like, oh, I don't know who this guy is. Remember how Hafiz did the same thing. Oh, I don't know who this. I don't know who this is. And then literally 30 seconds later, oh yeah, didn't you do a reaction video talking about? I thought you say you didn't know who Coach Greg Adams was. Yeah. But anywho. I don't know who this guy is. How the hell are you here? And I got like how many subscribers? I got like 2.3 thousand subscribers. How the hell are you on my video? And I got Coach Greg Adams on the debate. But you never heard of it. Homie, you on a search rampage because you're upset that your guy lost. And you trying to save face. Is the one Rage Page says because Andrew is the one who we wanted to watch. Well, there's plenty of other videos with Andrew Wilson in it. I would recommend the Whatever podcast, where you can watch Andrew Wilson debate OnlyFans bras that were touched when they were 5 years old and can't really do shit in life else. And that, I know that turns you guys on, watching dudes debate girls that don't know nothing about nothing. So you could watch that instead, but you're over here. But I've never heard of the black guy, as you guys want to call it. Man, stop it. I don't know why white people do stuff like this, man. Stop it, man. Stop it. But yeah, I don't know who this guy is. Man, I'll say this, man. When I was a kid, let me not put that story out there. Yeah, Pyro. You see what they did? The black guy. Anyways, I was like, please. Yeah, I'm sitting there like, please. I don't know who this guy is. Please, anywho. Rage Page said the Crucible is his channel, whatever is. Yeah, I know that. Homie, you got to pay attention. Well, you are new to this channel, but I've already talked about this a couple of days ago. We already know the Whatever podcast is Brian Atlas's channel. Mr. Rage Page. We know we know this stuff already. Like I said, the conservatives tend to be a bit slow. But like my African substitute teacher from back in the day, what he said, he used to be like, don't worry, you'll find out.
Because when you go into divorce court,
Yeah.
there's no God.
Yeah,
you
but
can't bring in your God and your Bible. And at that particular point, none of your ecclesiastics marriage works.
Okay.
Period.
So the thing is, you just said, can we agree that there's no God in marriage? And then
You don't have to agree.
But hang on, calm down. And then you switched over.
Well, there is no God. Oh yeah, this is another microaggressive. Calm down. This is I had to deal with that stuff growing up too. But yeah, there is no God in marriage. Like I said, if you find yourself in divorce court, I would like to see what God does for you in there. If you find yourself in that situation where you're getting sued by a broad, I'll just like to see how your God is going to get you out of that one.
To divorce. There's no God in divorce. But those are two different questions. And proposition. Hang on, relax. The second thing is that me saying that what made marriage a great institution is this whole Sky Daddy character, and that the institution has been impacted in the 1950s and 40s. You still had 95% of these marriages staying together. This is not ancient history. This is not even early American history. That's in your grandfather's lifetime, basically. And this, by the way, that was the case for black marriages as well. Very strong institutions. Correct. But all of those institutions were that way because they followed that whole Sky Daddy thing. Correct. They were like, oh, that Sky Daddy's going to smite us if we don't. And so what you do here is you're giving the classic progressive argument.
There was no fault divorce then, bro.
Which is, well, guys, it is true that it's a great institution, and it is true it's the best place in the world to have children for the continuation of the species. And also, it's fantastic for men's health. It's fantastic for their mental health. It's great for them in almost every.
I'm gonna have to speed it up. This is too slow for me. Believe it or not, this is kind of too slow for me.
way, but that divorce thing is real bad. And I counter. You're right. That divorce thing is real bad. We have now a center of agreement. But now we're going back to the marriage in the West thing, which is that whole great institution problem. Well, if we agree that what made it good, what you just did, is, hey, that Sky Daddy guy, and then I point out that right now you can still utilize that Sky Daddy guy for an ecclesiastical marriage outside of the state. Hang on. And the only thing you can do is say, what about common law? But you can't cover anybody from common law. And at least in the ecclesiastical institution, you have social pressures on women to stay married. You can't offer a man anything like that. Give me a single social pressure you.
He thinks social what's it, social pressure? Sorry for my throat. No, pause. He thinks he's gonna social pressure in his ecclesiastical marriage structure will be enough to keep you as a man, that's gonna keep you from divorce court, from family court, or is going to keep you from being divorced. It's going to keep you from your wife not sleeping with you, right? Keep you from your wife not turning heel on you. Hey, good luck to you guys if you want to follow this this ecclesiastical structure. First of all, for even getting a girl to even agree to this, good luck to you.
Can offer that would actually keep these marriages together. One. What? Just one.
Can I answer something
Yeah.
you just said? This would be interesting.
I can't
because
wait.
You said
But can you answer that question? Then
No,
answer.
before.
Oh, of
The
course.
1940s.
Of course, you gotta ask me a
Because
question.
listen, I'm listening to you. You asked the question at the end. If you would have asked it at the beginning, possibly I might have been able to address it. But let me address this point.
Okay.
You said the 1940s and 1950s with this imaginary Sky Daddy controlling marriages. That sounds like enforcement. Because by the time the 1970s came around, the very first chance women got to file a no-fault divorce without need for evidence, without need to have a private investigator to prove an affair.
Was no fault in the 70s?
Yes, it was the 70s, started by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Bruh. This is where also I took a huge note at that part. Let me rewind that for you real quick. It might have been fast for you, TradCon Slowpokes, but let me rewind it back just a little bit.
The very first chance women got to file a no-fault divorce without need for evidence, without need to have a private investigator to prove an affair.
Was no fault in the 70s?
Yes, it was the 70s, started by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
I'll educate you.
But hang on.
Came along.
He doesn't even know. Andrew Wilson don't even know the basics. This is what scares me, because Andrew Wilson has a huge following and he don't even know the basics. This is like the basics when we talk about no fault divorce being introduced in the 70s. Andrew Wilson's like, was it really introduced in the 70s? Yes. The fuck? What? This is like I'm talking about, this is the basics. And I'm just sitting there just like, bro, I'm watching this because there's a lot of certain blanks that there's certain blanks that Andrew Wilson has. It scares me because he has such a large young male following, and he doesn't even know just these are like the basics. But he was just so caught up in trying to prove CGA wrong. Was it really dropped in the 70s? Yes, that's part of the whole timeline. This is the stuff that MGTOW's been talking about. People, this shit, the pro blacks was talking about this stuff back then. Stop it. Joe Gansey says social pressure is a deterrent. Social pressure, young women, Gen Z women and younger, they don't care about social pressure. Joe Gansey also says, what does ecclesiastical mean? Bruh. Y'all in here defending Andrew Wilson and you don't even, bruh. Anyway, Pyro the Flame King says, we'll see y'all in the chat in the courtroom madness on AJ stream if you keep following. Pyro, you messed up for that. Pyro, you're messed up for that, man. On AJ's channel, we watch a lot of streams where it even on Shisha Zed's channel, we watch videos of these dudes that be in these family court hearings, these divorce court proceedings, and it's just brutal. It's just brutal. Brutal as hell. But like I said, if you guys want to be there, so like I said, y'all want to be there so bad, Young Doga said being a Christian, but going down with the Sky Daddy talk is only watering down Andrew's whole point because he has entered CGA's domain. And this is why I also tell Christians, and I'm not saying because CGA is not an atheist, he's not an atheist, but that's why I try to tell Christians, please stop debating logical people. Well, I don't know what is it with Christians. They want to be like they be trying to be getting into these debates with Muslims and atheists and Hindus. Just stay where you are. You guys already lost. Respectfully. Joe Ganzi says, why don't you play it at normal speed so you can understand his argument and portray it? No, you don't even know what ecclesiastics is. and you're defending him. You don't even know what ecclesiastic is. Pyro, help, yo. This is the second dude that has come on this chat defending Andrew Wilson, and he don't even know what he's defending Andrew Wilson. Like, he doesn't even know what he's defending. He doesn't even know what ecclesiastic is. This is wild work. This is wild work. This is wild work. This is wild work, man. This is crazy work. This is the second person that came on this chat. They don't even know what ecclesiastic is. I'm gonna let Chat GPT help y'all slow conservatives out, dog. Because y'all are slow. Jesus. Alpha, the first one. Oh yeah, Alpha. Shout out to Alpha. So, and she says Andrew is selling a bad deal. He married a single mother with 2 baby daddies. No thanks. I said this in the Dr. L's chat last night, and there was a guy arguing me saying that, well, but Andrew Wilson's still doing the right thing. I'm like, he's just doing something that niggas been doing for forever. What Negro what Negro male can come up on here and sell you some ecclesiastical marriage BS? And then, but by the way, he married a single mom with two kids with 2 different baby daddies. They would tell that black man, get off this platform. But because it's Andrew Wilson, it's okay. How? How does that work? Yep, it's another dude coming up in here. Yep, Pyro, another dude coming up in here. He doesn't even know what ecclesiastic is. Wild work. This is wild. Alpha, the first one, it said, it is a bad deal to marry a single mom with 2 kids. That Andrew, yeah. Yeah, you know what? Pyro said, Chris, no wonder why your stream was bugging out in the beginning. Yep, I think I'm starting to realize what that was. I think I'm starting to realize what that was because, anyways. Joe Ganzi says, yeah, because you don't know. Dude, I explained this earlier in the stream, what ecclesiastic is. You don't know. You're asking me. But a lot of you conservatives, you're defending Andrew Wilson blindly. Y'all didn't even heard of ecclesiastics until he said it. There was another dude just like you that came in earlier, and I said, okay, tell me what ecclesiastic means. And he couldn't tell me. And now you're coming here, you don't know what it is, even though I just explained it earlier in the stream. You came in late. Like I said, the tradcons, they slow, dog. They slow as hell. They slow as hell. So Benjamin Britton said, what's the path instead of marriage? Well, CGA is offering, his brand, right? Free agent lifestyle. That's what he's offering. Alpha says, do you think if CGA was selling the married a single mother, they would call that a good deal or bad deal? They would say he's a scammer. That's what they would do. You know what I mean? See, Benjamin Britton says spent 10 minutes on one word. Okay. I'll look up the brand. Yeah, it's a free agent lifestyle on his YouTube. So great. Coach Greg Adams, he has a great channel. Great channel.
hold on for a second. No.
Okay,
I got the
go
floor
ahead.
here. I got the floor. So you said the religious institutions governed it and made it great. The 1970s came along, and as soon as they did, women started to file divorces at record rates, which is back to my conversation. As soon as you remove the authority of Sky Daddy, now you're back with the state, and now you have difficulty, and now the risk is now greater.
Wow.
So that's the issue that
Then
you
it
have.
sounds like men should be moving towards Sky Daddy then, because it mitigates their risk.
The courts, the nation should be
There's no
moving towards
courts.
that, but how do you enforce that?
What court? What courts? You're not getting a marriage from the states. What courts are involved
Everything
here?
you told me is a make-believe scenario.
How? You can
You're
do it
telling-
right now. How is it make believe?
How do you do that when people the
Here's what
marriages
you-
do say?
yeah.
I know you want to go back
I'll
to
tell you
ecclesiastics. This
No,
is
I'll
going to
tell
be
you,
a
I can do it
problem.
right this second.
Okay,
You
can
can go do it right now.
You can do it at this particular
You can't
point.
do.
However,
What do you mean?
here's the problem.
Okay.
Can you get men to do it?
Yes.
Okay, you might be able to.
Andrew Wilson, you couldn't even do it. You know what I mean?
Get men to do it.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Because Andrew Wilson just ends up, and CGA to a lesser extent, just keep repeating the same points over and over again.
But as soon as they do it, I want you would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
So Martin Luther misled men. That's why he was.
And catch up fast enough for what he wanted for people to integrate. And what happened was it took him.
How does it make believe?
How do you do that when people the
Here's what you-
marriages do say?
yeah.
I know you want to go back
I'll
to
tell you how.
ecclesiastics. This
No,
is
I'll
going
tell
to
you,
be
I
a
can do it
problem.
right
Okay.
this.
I'm gonna pause it at this point. I'm gonna find the part where he mentions the Martin Luther King point. I want to get to that point.
Seconds.
Okay,
You can
do
go do it right now.
You can do it at this particular
can't
point.
do.
However,
What do you mean?
here's the problem.
Okay.
Can you get men to do it?
Yes.
Okay, you might be able to think you can get men to do it, but as soon as they do it, I want you to stick around for the average of 8 to 10 years when these men
Uh-huh.
start getting divorced. See, what you're doing is you're leading.
We've been
hold on
watching
for a
it for
second.
longer.
You're going to lead men into a burning building.
Oh.
And the reason
So CGA talks about the burning building analogy. And I don't know why people are so lost on the analogy, but I'm gonna let him explain it, and then I'll explain it for the slow pokes.
why,
Uh-huh.
and this is a famous quote by Martin Luther King, is because the laws of integration didn't catch up fast enough for what he wanted for people to integrate. And what happened was it took him 12 to 15 years to realize that he led men or black people into a burning building in which integration was not possible at the time.
Okay.
You are also proposing the same thing. And I would like for you to stick around to see the results of what you're proposing, because eventually you would have to pay the price. How did Martin Luther King pay the price? You would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
So Martin Luther misled men. That's why he was killed.
I said he misled black people. You missed that part.
Those-
He said, okay, let me repeat it because you're slow.
I
All right,
know,
you
you're
definitely
right.
are slow, Neanderthal.
That's for sure.
Let me tell you something.
I'm dragging
Martin
the
Luther
foot over
King said specifically,
Yeah.
related to
CJ did not have to call him a slow Neanderthal. He didn't have to do that. But yeah, Andrew Wilson is slow.
black people in civil rights.
Yeah.
I'll speak slowly for you.
Yeah.
That he believed at the end, he led them into a burning building. I'm going to speak slower. The
Okay.
reason why is because the laws of integration
Yeah.
did not catch up with what he would like to present. Black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result, he said, I may have led my people, that means his people, into a burning building.
Okay.
I would like for you, under your scenario, if your movement takes off,
Yeah.
to see the results, because it took Martin Luther King 12, 15 years to see the results
I understand
of his
now.
efforts.
Yeah.
You're proposing something very extreme that majority of people aren't going to do. But let's just say because you like to hide in the clouds of make-believe,
They
if
did.
this works,
Right.
I would love to see you represent these men in a divorce when they get their head bit off by these so-called women that are forced by Sky Daddy to stay in these
This
marriages.
is really like I don't even understand how
You don't understand. I know you have a hard time
I
understanding.
do. I don't.
It wasn't just Andrew Wilson not understanding the analogy. It was a lot of people that didn't understand it. And I thought it was the perfect analogy. And it's not just Andrew Wilson. He was just saying that Martin Luther King had the famous quote. He said, I fear I have led my people into a burning house, right? A burning building, right? And the people like Andrew Wilson, who are still trying to promote their little ideas on how to avoid a state-sanctioned marriage and state-sanctioned this and a ceremony that, you're also leading men into a burning building. You're leading men to their deaths, right? It's the perfect analogy. I thought it was the perfect analogy, but people were saying, like, there was a lot of people that said that they didn't understand. And I just think people are just being intentionally dense because they're not used to Andrew Wilson getting pushback like this. I think that's my opinion on that. They're just not used to seeing Andrew Wilson getting owned or just like getting actual pushback from a real man. You know, no disrespect to any other people that he's debated, right? So Young Doka says Andrew Wilson immediately said the men should be moving towards Sky Daddy, but CJ corrects him, says the Nation SMH, another 40 slip. It's all Jermaine's. It's all Jermaine's fault. Yeah, facts. Let me see. Joe Gansey said the Orthodox Christian Church is a burning building. No, Slowpoke. The burning building is the marriage institution. It's still whatever he's proposing. It's still the institution in and of itself even what he proposes, say if what he proposes works, what he proposed works. If you split up with your girl, even if it's not an official divorce, she can still go to the family courts and put you on child support. It's all, the whole institution in and of itself is a burning building. I don't know how people don't get this. But since you mentioned the Orthodox Christian Church, yeah, the Christianity is a dying religion in the States. It's basically dead. If we want to keep it a buck, Christianity is dead in America. I don't even know why you holding it up in the air. Joe Gansey said he proposed marriage through the Orthodox Church. I don't think you understand. It's still whatever solution he's providing, it still doesn't save you. The only way it'll work, the only way that works is if, okay, you go into that little ceremony, right? And she signs the prenup, which most women are not going to accept that. But let's say in imaginary land, they accept, they they accept it. Say in imaginary land, they accept this. She wants to split up. Say she wants to split up because it's most likely going to end in a split up. If kids are involved, because let's keep it a buck, most women, they're not going to break up with you without adding a kid. Like they're not just going to break up with you. Now, if she just breaks up with you, then you're fine. But that's not, most women are not, they're not dumb. That's what we're trying to let you guys know. They're going to get a kid out of you. You want kids. I'm pretty sure you want kids. So after you done pump 2 or 3 kids, now she splits up with you. You're going to end up in family court, my friend. It's not going to be no amicable split. If she wants to take you to family court, she will. I hope you guys know child support is not covered in prenups. You can't put child support in prenups. I don't know if you guys just don't know this. You know what I mean? Joe Gansey said, not if it was handled in the church exclusively. You don't get it, brother. Yeah, NPC 2000 said voodoo is a faster growing religion. They don't know. They don't know. These dudes don't know. They don't know. Okay. Benjamin said, what's replacing Christianity is whatever women want. So if it's, I've been seeing a lot more. I think Muslims, or I think Islam will, I don't know if it's going to replace it, but I just don't think, I think people have more respect for for Islam than they do for Christianity. You know what I mean? Alpha says, I find it amazing that Andrew's followers don't see Rachel W as the 304 feminist she is. It's mind-boggling. It's because she's white. That's on Alpha. We're gonna have to keep it a buck. It's because she's white, and she has, I don't know, she has blonde hair per se, but that's why. JL Williams says, if you choose to get married because you're in your feelings, that's thinking like a female. But like I said, look, that's gonna be on them. That's gonna be on them. Most dudes, first of all, most dudes can't even get their women to sign a prenup. It's including Christians. Most Christian dudes are not gonna be able to get their broads to sign a prenup. It's impossible. They can't even do that. You know what I mean? He said ecclesiastic marriage is a whitewash way of saying shacking. I'll say this out for the first one. If Cam Newton came on a podcast and said, look, I have my situation, I call it an ecclesiastical Deuteronomy. If Cam Newton was saying the exact same thing, they would call him a degenerate. I know these are facts. You can't even deny you can't even deny this logic. If Cam Newton was out here saying the same thing, they would call him a clown. And Cam Newton is making an excuse to not do the official marriage. These are facts. Where's my soundbite? Yo, where's my Umar Johnson soundbite? I don't know why I can't find it right now. Oh man.
Facts.
Those are just straight facts. Y'all know if Cam Newton was out here saying the same nonsense, he would have gotten ripped. Alpha, the first one says, facts. Most women will not sign prenup, and prenup are not guarantees. A judge can throw it out. Facts. I've said this on this channel many times. People don't understand. Prenups can be thrown out. And if the woman finds out that the prenup can be challenged, they're going to challenge it. And then you end up spending money defending the prenup. So the amount of money that you spend to defend the prenup is literally the money that you were protecting in the first place. It's it's double jeopardy right there. On the Edge with Marte Ruelas, he says the Orthodox Church isn't a burning building. Rachel isn't a feminist either. She's anti-feminist. Greg was debating against marriage without God. That's always a failure. Greg had zero solution. No, do Christians listen? Man, Christians are hard-headed as hell. Greg was saying to leave the marriage institution, period, not having a marriage without God. He just said there's no God in marriage. Right? That's all he said. And first of all, sorry, I confused myself, but yeah, CGA, he's been pretty consistent with this. I don't know why this is so hard for the conservatives to understand. Let me see. I saw something. He said, why would they? It's against the religion. Muslims aren't getting prenups. Oh yeah, Muslims, they gonna get flamed too. They gonna get flamed too. they can get flamed too. Joe Gansey said, so if you're broke, stop using money. Like I said, the listening skills of a 2-year-old. Alpha, the first one, says Rachel has 2 baby daddies. She divorced both men. She trick or sucker another man into paying for those men. That is feminism. Stop. Well, you know, Alpha, you're preaching right now. Low key, you're preaching. But this is what I was trying to tell SKC the other day. Like he was trying to say, well, what are things that men can do to find out if the woman's not for you? I'm like, bro, at a certain time, okay, most women at age 22, okay, they're gonna say, I don't want a kid. But once they get a little bit older, their biology is going to be screaming for them. It's going to be screaming inside of them for them to have a kid. So they're going to, quote unquote, change their ways. They're going to do what they have to do. They're going to say what they have to say to get what they want, which is just their biological needs fulfilled. You know? Benjamin Britton says, what's the incentive to stay with your partner if you're not married? For the kids or the love or what? You're right. What is the incentive? What is the incentive? Hey, man. Like I said, hey, I don't know. You know, when you get married, like the best way, in my opinion, if you want to have kids, the best way to have the kids is through a marriage, right? But at the same time, it's just too much of a risk for men. It's just too much of a risk because with no fault divorce, and then on top of that, it's when you're in a marriage where you're with a quote unquote partner that can pull the plug at any time and she's incentivized to do so, that's way too much power for one person to have, specifically a person that's going to go off of her emotions. So let me see. Joe Gansey said he has no solution. Marriage is the way it was meant to be. Through the church is the solution. Without marriage, the family looks the way black families do now. Well, the reason why black families look the way that they do now is because the government had a vested interest in destroying the black family. So they came up with the perfect plan, which is by empowering the woman through the state. It don't matter if you're Christian or not. It don't matter whatever religion you came from. They empower the women by promising them goods, prizes, cashes, housing, etc., government benefits. You can get all of this, kids, etc., as long as you don't have a man in the house. Now, this was specifically targeted at the black family, but unfortunately, this ended up spreading, right? So you're not really saying anything that we don't already know in this space. Okay. On the Edge with Marte Ruelas. No, Rachel was abandoned. Okay, I'm not even gonna read the rest of that chat. We already know what time. As soon as he said Rachel Wilson was abandoned, I was like, okay, next chat. Oh man, what? That's crazy work. Let me see. next chat. Alpha says, on the edge, you are in the simp sunken place. If you believe that story about abandon, go ahead and put on your cape. Stop simping. Yeah, I'm sorry. As soon as I saw the chat and he said that Rachel was abandoned, are you serious? hey, man, look. I'll say this. Coach Greg Adams said that the manosphere is dead. And I disagreed with him at first, but there's just been too much of an infiltration of the purple pill simps, the trad cons. The pickup artists are the worst part of the space, but the trad cons and the purple pillars that have infiltrated this space, they have ruined some of the young minds coming up. I don't know I don't know what to tell them. I mean, because in their like alpha, what they don't understand, they don't see that Rachel Wilson is a predator. They just don't. They just can't look at her and be like, she's not a predator. They just look at a predator as like a man, or like an animal, or a person that looks mean. That's what they think what a predator is. they look at Rachel. They're like, a predator? Her? No way. She has a cardigan sweater, styling coat pants. What? There's no way. There's no way she's an evil person. Let me see. On the Edge with Marte Ruelas. You have no refutations. So next chat as usual. This is why I beat all of you in debates. I am their fitness coach. They are family to me, far from a simp. I know them personally. She was a... Did you smash Rachel? Yo, you... this nigga smashed Rachel. This nigga's back. We got Rachel Wilson's side dude on here. Bruh. Ninja, stop. She was abandoned, and I know her. I hope you ain't smashed Rachel, bruh. Anywho. we got Rachel Wilson's side dude in the live chat. This is historical. This is historical. What did Pastor Cedric Hatcher talk about? His story. We got Rachel's Wilson's side dude in the chat. This is wild work. This is wild work. You should have never told me that you were their personal trainer. You should have never said that, my brother. You should have never said that, man. You should have never said that. I've been a nigga too long, man. Benjamin Britton said, I think coach is seeing the immediate problem of someone going through it this minute. Andrews thinks long-term technical solution. Say if Andrews' plan worked, that would take like an apocalyptic, an apocalyptic like event for it to even be an option for most. I'm talking about for most Americans. It would take an apocalyptic like event for that to happen. Oh man, let me see. On the reg with Marte Ruelas, he says nobody smashed Rachel, so now we're just making stuff up. This is why black culture loses debates with me. Oh, you think I represent black culture? you must be new, and also clearly you don't know who Coach Greg Adams is as well. He anywho, Alpha the first one said Chris Mike. Man, this is crazy. There's not helping these men if they cannot see a 3 baby daddy woman as a feminist and ratchet. What will make it sense? The only Alpha, this is the only way it would make sense if Rachel Wilson was black and she was out here, if she spoke a certain way. No, how about this? If Rachel Wilson was white and one of her baby daddies were black, they would throw her and Andrew Wilson away. if Rebecca, I'm blinking on it. Rachel Wilson, if one of her baby daddies were black, they would throw her, and the conservatives would throw her and Andrew Wilson away. Facts. No cap. On the edge with Marte Ruelas, he says, set a date, unless you'll run from that too. Dude, I'm not debating a dude that's smashing Rachel. I'm not debating Rachel Wilson's personal trainer. Man, stop it. Y'all wild. Joe Granzi said an apocalyptic like event for marriage to go back to the church. And and by the way, in terms of the debate, there's nothing to debate. You have no solutions for young men. You should have never told me you were a personal trainer, Ninja. You should have never told me that. I know exactly what type of person you are, dog. There's no way. Said Benjamin Britton says, what's the worst aspect of marriage according to Coach? It is solely the divorce court siding with women and being one-sided. Of course, you can't just take that out of the equation. That's like taking injuries out of sports. Injuries is going to happen. You know what I mean? Benjamin Britton says, yeah, Joe, I didn't understand the apocalyptic event response either. I'm just saying, that's like women are not trying to be in no orthodox Christian patriarchal. They're not trying to do that. Y'all don't be paying attention to even women in the church. Most women are not going for that. They're not going for that. The only way that they would consider this is if the world, like if things go into a disaster mode, then women start going into survival mode. Then they accept stuff like this. Or if you're a single mom with 2 baby daddies, then maybe you'll accept an ecclesiastical marriage or a so-called ecclesiastical marriage. You know what I mean? Alpha, the first one, says this: there is not a debate. She has 3 baby daddies. Wake up. Andrew is the king of sipping. Alpha, you're talking to a brick. You're talking to a wall. It's like you're talking to a brick wall. I missed a couple chat. Yeah, because I caught the XVYJZ. He said they'd call her a mud shark. Yeah, if they found out that Rachel Wilson had a black baby father and Andrew Wilson wifed up a mom that had a black child from a ninja, please. They'd be clowning Andrew Wilson. I'm talking about straight clowning him. They'd be calling him a cuck. They'd be calling him this and that. This is why I got respect for Undead Chronic, because he keeps it 100 full blast. He said that Andrew Wilson, he said Rachel Wilson's kids got ADD, all different dads. That's one of the funniest things I've heard in this space in a minute. Let me see. On the Edge with Marte Ruelas, running again, cowards. As expected, I have solutions. You just cower from debate, assuming I have no solutions. Els, you're right. You can't debate. Neither can you chat. Oh, Pyro, remember there was there was this woman that made the video about me. The black woman that was stalking me. I forgot what her name is. But she found me on Corey Holcomb's channel. She was the one, remember the one that made the video about me because she was mad that I said most women are not qualified, sports reporters. So then she made a whole video saying that I said that beautiful women can't be sports reporters, and that's not what I said at all. And then she challenged me to a debate, and I told her, I'm like, I'm not debating you. You completely misconstrued my what I said. You're not arguing in good faith. You know what I mean? Let me see. Donovan Sharp. Yep, Donovan Sharp, no Fugazi, Andrew Wilson, all of them marry single moms, but they supposed to be red pill. Well, I'll say this. Andrew Wilson, he never claimed that he was red pill, but he's been making he's been buddying up with all the people in the RP space. So, and it's really tactical and it's clever. So he buddies up with all these people in the RP space so they don't call him out for wifing up a single mom with two kids from 2 different fathers. Yeah. I was Pyro. I was hoping that you remembered that chick. Same thing. What's this name? On the Edge with Marte Ruelas. Whoever Marte Ruelas is, he says that he trains Rachel and Andrew. I better not find out that you slept with Rachel. I better not find out. You way too emotionally invested. And plus, I know how these personal trainers are. I don't know if you in love with this. This nigga finna he like once Rachel leaves Andrew, this nigga finna profess his love for Rachel. He's way too emotionally invested to not have smashed or is thinking about smashing. He's way too emotionally invested. Nah, he's way too emotionally invested. He either smashed or he wants to smash. Let me see. Oh, I gotta play this. My bad.
don't actually even understand how to respond to a lot of this because it's so incoherent. But I'm going to try.
Oh
anyway.
yeah, see, this is
So
I
let's
think
start-
this is his always incoherent when he understands. Perhaps you don't understand.
this isn't-
That might be what it is, and it's okay to say you don't understand, and I can speak slowly.
I don't understand now, but I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you
Yeah, it was a lot of that going on. He just didn't really understand, and I just think this is Andrew Wilson. He's just slow.
dismissive. I mean, you know,
I'm going to tell you
it's
why.
okay. When you're losing, just say you're losing,
Well,
and I can speak.
Let me
for
know
you
when
a
I can
little
talk
bit
and he gaps out.
Go ahead.
Okay. So here's
typical tactic. But you can work that against
Okay,
these
so I
other
can't
fans.
talk.
I
Go ahead.
was going to debate somebody
This
that's
is,
going to come.
why do you
this
keep
is
filibustering? Less likely to get divorced, and it's because of that ecclesiastical structure. You're not ever going to be able to prevent all risk from divorce, not under anything.
Thank you. God, that's not the prairie.
Yeah.
That do these, that you govern people without electricity and you riding horse and carriages.
Yeah.
You're telling me that small percentage of people are going to lead a movement of doing something you're proposing here on YouTube. This is what, how many people are doing this?
Okay, why would
How
that
many people?
matter?
It would matter because
Why?
then we can use some data to determine, do these people end up in divorce?
Should be able to get people to contend with
listen,
that.
a lot of people would not want to do that. You're telling me a small percentage
Who
of people are
cares?
gonna do
We're
this.
talking about mitigating the rates of
Okay,
divorce. It doesn't
now,
matter how many
can
do
we
it.
move forward from this one? We agree to disagree.
No, we
Can
don't
we-
agree to disagree. I
Okay,
need
so you want to keep it here in
counter
your land to make
arguments.
the church. I'm taking you outside the church. You can't combat it because you want to battle inside the church. I'm not letting you. So let's get
Okay.
in the 1940s, which you so love. I don't know why you don't live there. You look like you live there. You're dressed like you live there.
They
Here's
wore
the problem.
hoodies in
Hold on for a
jeans
second.
in the 40s,
Hold on for a second. Here's the problem.
Okay.
These people, under your authoritative godly marriage,
Yeah.
still got divorced at high rates.
No,
Once
they didn't.
no fault divorce showed up, it started at 25%. Then by the time you get here, it's also 40 and 50%. It's still prevalent. I'm giving you the reality.
That's
Here.
not the
You're trying
reality.
to drag me back over here to Little House on the Prairie. It's not working. It's not going to work with me. How about this?
How about a
Your
counter-argument?
traditional
Can I
marriage.
handle
I gave you one.
What?
I mean, come on, man.
What is the
Come on, man.
counter-argument? Come on, man, it's not a
Listen,
counter-argument. What's the counter-argument?
There's no God in marriage. And
That's an
divorce court,
assertion, not
there's
an
no
argument.
God in divorce court.
That's not
I
an
asserted
argument.
that. There's no
Okay, well,
God
there
in
is a God in
divorce
divorce court. Argument defeated.
Exactly.
Argument
yeah.
defeated.
Oh my goodness, boy.
That's
All right. Did you
silly.
get your sandbox outside? Did you miss your toys?
It's just
Did you not get
ridiculous.
that? Here's the
I want
problem.
an argument.
This is the absolute argument.
Okay.
You're trying to drag me to church. I'm taking you outside the church. You can't combat it because you want to battle inside the church. I'm not letting you.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is low key. When I saw that Andrew Wilson did the he did the show last night with Rolo Tomasi, Michael Certain, Myron, and those other goofballs that he had on on the show, basically where they were just like, it's okay, Andrew Wilson, you know, CGA, he's a little bit off his rail. Well, they didn't say his name, but Andrew Wilson was talking about him without mentioning his name. And I was like, oh, you lost. You lost. you lost. Mind you, CGA, he didn't go on no other podcast, just came back on his own platform, talking his ish. So that right there should have been the nailer in the coffin for most people if people were paying attention. For Andrew Wilson to not even really show the debate. He just I think they're saying that he's keeping it on a paywall, but most people don't even have the debate. CGA still has the debate on his channel, unedited, didn't doctor it. Like, see, you can go. I'm looking at this debate right here on CGA's demonetized channel. Right, he has it still on his channel. You can't find it nowhere else. That should kind of show you what it is. But you know, there's a lot of people. I didn't know there was so many people emotionally invested in Andrew Wilson. I didn't know. I didn't know he had, like, his fan base is a lot more. It's a lot stronger than I thought. So I'll say the shout out to Andrew Wilson for building his platform. I can't take nothing away from that. But anybody that knows me on this channel, I don't care nothing about that. If you got destroyed, you got destroyed. If I think you're wrong, you're wrong. That don't mean nothing to me. Alpha said, yeah, I seen that. That destroyed Rolo, Fresh and Fits, Mike Certain's credibility, full stop. Well, those guys, they don't have much credibility with me in the first place, but since I pay attention to them, I still pay attention to those guys because I'm not going to act like they don't exist like some other people in this chat. Oh, I don't know who CGA is, but they still on my chat. They still on my chat, right? So I'm not going to ignore them, but I would just say, to me, those guys don't hold real weight to me. They say some good things from time to time. Now, I'll say this. I didn't see my twin on there. I don't remember seeing Fresh on there, but Myron was there. Oh man. Joe Gansey says Andrew puts all new debates behind a paywall. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. But it's interesting, not a whole bunch of content creators. Because if he destroyed him, he'll be having some clips. The only clips that I've been seeing is just of CGA saying he's talking his ish. You know what I mean? Alpha, the first one, says feminists don't fear Andrew Wilson. They feared Andrew Wilson's plan. They love it. It's a 304 retirement plan in religion, but CGA plans they fear, full stop. Exactly. Or just, you know, because Coach Greg Adams, he comes from a more, when he came into space, he came in from a MGTOW adjacent type of stance, right? Same as me. I'm more MGTOW adjacent, right? He actually had never mind. But anyways, so he's always gonna come from that stance. So now he's upgraded it to free agent lifestyle. But at the end of the day, it's still all the same town, you know, MGTOW, men going their own way. I mean, at the end of the day, the MGTOW creators, they get their channels demonetized instantly. It's not even like MGTOW channels, they always get their channels demonetized. Why? But not the pickup artists, not the Rollo Tomasis of the world, not the Andrew Wilsons of the world, not the pickup artists, not these people. Because at the end of the day, if you have men retreating, they need the men. No matter how much they say they hate them, or no matter how much they actually hate them, they still need them. So at the end of the day, when men silently retreat, this is where we do the most damage. When we vote with our wallet and with our feet. Why do you think they always stigmatize, oh, he's a deadbeat dad, or men, quote unquote, walking away? They always try to stigmatize men walking away, because at the end of the day, the most dangerous thing that a man can do is to walk away. That's the most I won't say the most dangerous, I'll say the most powerful thing that a man could always do is walk away. When a man walks away, because it's not just him walking away, it's his masculinity, his presence, and most importantly to the 304s, his resources. Most importantly to the 304s. Now, obviously, his masculinity, his presence is actually more important than his resources. But the reason why they fear the man walking away the most is because his resources will be leaving as well. Joe Gansey said, we're on your chat because you put Andrew in your video and it was put in our algorithms. Yeah, sure. Garrett Grant says, bro, the Captain Saber 304s are in every stream talking about this debate. I'm like I said, Garrett, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. Like, I'm thinking, like, Garrett, like, I remember when CGA debated Hafiz, and even CGA's, I remember the people that were criticizing CGA, people that were against CGA, even they were praising CGA for destroying Hafiz in the debate, right? And I was like, at that time, I was like, oh man, men are making progress. But as I see, like, but then compare 2020, that was in 2022. Yeah, I think that was in 2022 or 2023. But then compare that to now in 2025. I'm like, what happened? what happened to the men? we took a step back. We really took a step back. We really took a step back. The tradcons have infiltrated our space. Like, what is happening? This is crazy work. Benjamin Britton says, yeah, I think the lack of marriage would lead to way more fatherless homes, which is a way bigger problem. Emotional young men with no dads equals criminals. But there's, like I said, to fix the problem, the only way you fix the problem is if you'd have to start with eliminating no fault divorce, and then at the end of the day, you have to dismantle the family court structure. You have to dismantle it. You have to. There's too much incentives for women to leave their marriages, their situations, to have kids without, a structure. Because at the end of the day, men don't choose who gets born. Women do. And women right now, they don't want patriarchy. They want matriarchy. So we're gonna forever be in hyena land. You know what I mean? Let me see. Yeah, shout out to XVYJZ. He says apparently they were not reading super chats that were agreeing with CGA on Roller's podcast with Andrew. Yeah, I saw that. Most of this, I'm not gonna. Yeah, most of the super chats. I'll say this: a lot of the super chats mentioned CGA's name, and they were calling out Andrew Wilson. They refused to read any of them. That kind of shows you who won the debate. I mean, come on now. Joe Ganzi says, so black men silently retreat and then expect their women not to marry the government. I'm talking about men in general, right? Because you still have most of the women in the community, because they still get government subsidies for having kids. They procreate with a small percentage of the degenerate men in the community. Most black men are single and childless. You know what I mean? So if they don't date outside their race, they just they'll just stay single and childless for the most part. Well, just because you're single and childless doesn't mean you're not dating, right? But as long as the women are still incentivized to have kids out of wedlock, which most women in the black community have kids out of wedlock, as long as they're incentivized to do so, they're going to procreate with the degenerates of the community, which is a very small percentage, and they're just going to continue to do so. Benjamin Britton. Just when times get tough, marriage keeps you together for a few reasons, but I just don't see Coach's solution of no marriage leading to more kids or families. He doesn't have a solution per se. He said that he doesn't have a solution. He said his solution as a man is to free yourself from the society, basically become a free agent per se. That's his philosophy. But I tend to agree with that. As a man, I believe we're in a very unique opportunity as men. How about this? I'll give you some solutions myself. Yeah, you can roll the dice with marriage, right? And like I said, whatever happens to you happens to you. You're not going to get my sympathy. You can adopt. That's one option. You can do surrogacy, right? This is something that I actually encourage. If you have the money, you can do surrogacy, right? Or you can have, you can do the passport bros, and there's many levels to that. Or a subset of the passport bro thing, you could do something where you have you meet a chick overseas, you have the kids overseas, and they stay overseas. Then you come back home, you work, and then you visit your kids in the summer, or you have an allocated time where you can just, see your kids from time to time. You can do that. Like you can do it like that. You'll have a better chance of seeing your kids overseas, right? Visiting them from time to time than actually having your kids here in America, where basically you have to ask the mother of your kids permissions to see your own kids, believe it or not, right? Those are some solutions off the top of my head. And CGA, I think, has offered, similar solutions. But these are the things. But before you even can think about any of that, I think men in general, you need to focus on making sure you're not in debt, making sure you're financially free. You should be I think men need to be focused on financial freedom more than anything, especially in the economic times that we are in now. You should be focused on financial freedom and making sure everything is good in that point. And then once you're in that, where you're in a financial, where you have the financial leverage, then you can actually look at these options with a better mindset instead of just looking at these options with desperation. And that's basically what a lot of the MGTOWs and people of that ilk, this is what they promote, which is a really reasonable solution. This is one of the reasonable solutions. Y'all's solutions is straight up is gonna most men are not gonna survive that. Alpha, the first one, says that is another, but like in terms of solution in saving the marriage institution, there is no saving it. Or just what it is. You see, Alpha, the first one, says that is another thing. Black men have already been through this. It's now white guys getting it now, so they don't want to listen to us due to the race things. Real talk. Yeah, that is true. I think there's a lot of white dudes. Have you ever seen the I don't know, Alpha, you probably haven't seen it, but there was a court. Somebody had a video of this dude. It was this white dude. He was getting divorced or something. Oh no, he got divorced, but he owed like all this child support. But he didn't understand, like, he thought he could just go to the judge and explain his case, but he didn't realize he was going to jail. I'm like, bro, if you don't pay your child support, you're going to jail. But he came into the the courtroom with his his dockers and his corduroys, and he had a piece of paper, a letter to the judge, thinking he was going to, I guess, tell his truth, tell the truth, quote unquote. Bro, you owe child support money. You going to jail. You going in jail with the ninjas. That's how it works, buddy. But he was just like going into the, like, you can see it in his face. He thought he had a plan. I'm like, it's one of the most interesting videos. I think it was on World Star. It was either on World Star or on the Angry Man's channel. No. It's either on Angry Man's channel or it's one of these guys' channels. One of the black creators in this male space. They showed the video. I think it was on Angry Man's channel. But anyways, let me see. Ishimura says, what's the alternative to demolishing divorces? I don't know about that. Oh shoot, my bad. My phone went off. Young Doka says, calm down, Joe. What is yours? Oh yeah. Joe's he's wigging out. No, he's not listening. He's a troll. Oh man. Alpha also says that is another thing. Black men have already been through this, and now white guys going through it now. Let me see. Oh, I already said that. Ishimura said, visit your kids. LMAO, what the F? So more fatherless children, nice alternatives. You must be new to this. If your woman breaks up with you and she decides to bring you to family court or drop a lawsuit on you, which is child support, but it's a lawsuit, you will be allocated parenting time. If you go over a certain amount of parenting time, you could be arrested. If you do less than the parenting time, you could be arrested. Well, I don't know if necessarily arrested, but you could end up owing more in child support. If you don't pay the child support, you can get arrested. if the kid spends time with you most times, but you still don't pay the child support, and you don't pay the child support, you'll get arrested and you will lose custody of your kids. I think this is the problem with the trad cons invading this space. I don't think they go over these realities, because even the pro blacks know about this, but the trad cons, they just focus too much on the, oh, we need masculinity back and fathers back in the homes, but they don't tell people like Ishimura, GSU, and people of his ilk the dark realities of when a split up occurs. Because let's keep it a buck. If most of you guys get married, most of you guys are going to have kids. Most of you guys are going to have kids. It's not going to be, okay, you married to a broad, you have your own property, she has her own property, you married for 2 years, and then you split up. Okay, if that happens, nothing's probably gonna happen. You guys probably gonna amicably split up, but most of you guys are going to have kids. This is what's going to happen. And if she splits up with you, there is no such thing as an amicable split up when kids are involved. And if you think your broad is not going to use the kids as a pawn, because what, you think that just only happens to black dudes? Y'all wild. First of all, this happens to a lot more white dudes than black dudes. The thing is, white dudes are not allowed to talk about it, because what white women do is they put gag orders on their ex-husbands, so they're not allowed to talk about this. This is why a lot of white dudes get left in the dark about this, because white women are smart. They know what they're doing is foul. They put gag orders on. But now since we have these, we can see these court proceedings happening on TV. We can go online and look at courtroom things, and we see all these Zoom courtroom meetings. Now the truth is out. Nobody can hide the just plain daylight robbery that happens in these court proceedings. So it's way more nuanced. I don't know what your pastor told you at your whatever butt fuck life Christian center, but they're not going to tell you this part of the game, because they just want you to get married so you can have kids so you can contribute to the church. They're not going to tell you this part of the game. Yeah, Benjamin Britton, he said, agree to disagree, but I respect you got solutions. Conversations got to start somewhere. Yeah, like I said, you don't got to, like I said, you don't even have to agree with it. You know what I mean? Like, that's not even, but trust me, but Coach Greg Adams on his channel, we talk about this stuff on our channel, even because we know most dudes, they're going to be stupid. They're going to get married. We know this, right? So what I do on my channel, I'll even have top 10 lists. Pyro can attest to this. I'll have top 10 lists. I'll be like, these are the top 10 things you need to avoid if you want to look for a serious woman, if you're looking for a serious long-term relationship with a woman. These are the top 10 things you need to look out for. And I still get pushed back. I still get pushed back on those videos. What do you mean? You avoid women that went to college? What are you talking about? You want a dumb woman? Okay, just trying to help you guys out, because I already know most of y'all are gonna still. I try to help dudes because I know most dudes are still gonna try to get married anyways. So I still look out for those people by making these top 10 lists. I show videos of women spurging out and showing them these are the type girls, the type of girls to avoid. These are the type of things that girls will say that you need to pick up on when it comes to red flags. And I'm not talking about, oh, just look, don't go with girls that have tattoos. There's many other factors that you got to look at. Many things that many conservatives tend to overlook. And you're seeing it in this chat, where you got people in this chat that think that Rebecca Wilson's a good person. And me and Alpha and Pyro and Garrett Grant and others, people that know this channel, we're just like, bruh, right? But these are the things I try to do, you know. But it seems like to no avail. Seems like to no avail. Young Doka, another person who knows this channel. This is I just try to help. I try to, because I live in a state where I see I see all types of people. I've done music everywhere. I've done all types of music. I know all types of broads. I've done sports. I've been around a lot of women, a lot more than I should be around. So I just try to put the perspective out there, what to look out for. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. Because I already know at the end of the day, whatever the law allows, that's how far the woman is going to go. So you see how in the state of Kentucky, they changed just one part of it. Okay, now 50-50, they say now 50-50 is the default. So if you divorce or if you break up, if you divorce the man and there's kids involved, it's automatic 50-50 custody. Divorce rates drop by 25%. So that just shows that women were just doing it out of convenience because they wanted to. Now they realize they can't profit off of their own kids. Now all of a sudden, marriage rates drop. Now marriage rates don't end in divorce. Marriage don't end in divorce in Kentucky now. 25% drop in divorce. 25%. So whatever the laws allow, that's how far the women are going to take it. So, Young Doka said there is no solution. Do not do surrogacy. That ain't it either. If you want kids, roll the dice with marriage. If you have built yourself up and found a wife who submits to you, then you win. I don't know what are the chances of the dice rolling on it all working out for you like that. That's why people like CJ offer the free agent lifestyle. I ain't going to support it, but it is a solution, you know? But like I said, the surrogacy thing, if I had money, I'd do surrogacy. Like if I really wanted to have a kid, like say like if I had like a burning desire, I want to have a legacy, I would go the surrogacy route, me personally. Now, I have also other plans for that. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be like just me, but I think it's too much power to have to just give to a woman, especially living in the States. I'm talking about if I have to still live in the United States, if I'm forced to, and if I have a lot of money, I would go the surrogacy route. I would have to explore it at least. I would do that, or I would offer. Nah, I'm not. I ain't even gonna go there. But I would go that route. If it was that, if I had such a burning desire to have kids. Ishimura GSU says, I'm literally in the middle of not being able to see my kid and pay child support. I know full well all the shitty tactics. I'm in it. Wait a minute. So you already have to play hide and seek with your own kids, but you still agree with Andrew Wilson. Okay. Anywho, Alpha, the first one, says, that's why the trad cons are so dangerous. They are trying to cipher you, yes, put you back in the matrix. XVYJZ, he says, I think they fear their familial future, but aren't willing to adopt. That's what I'm sorry, willing to adapt. Sorry. I thought that completely changes my thought process. But they aren't. But yeah, facts. He says, I think they fear their familial future, but aren't willing to adapt. They just don't want to see the reality. The reality is it's right in front of them. You know, they just don't want to face it. You know? Let me see. Young Doga said, if you had money, who do you choose? The women, or are you gonna go the Gatka movie route and build your own kill? Well, like I said, that's what I got to do more research on that. But I'm pretty sure, because the way Cristiano Ronaldo had it, like he was able to choose the broad that he wanted to have the kid with. And I know I'm not Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm not, but I'm just saying, like, there's options for dudes with financial leverage. There's options. And if I really wanted a kid in the United States, I'm saying in the United States, I would go the surrogacy route. I just think the women coming up, I know my women too well. I know my American women too well. They're too unstable. They're too unstable. I don't trust most of them, especially the Christian women. Or the Orthodox Christian women, the Mormons, all these people, they the sneakiest of the bunch. I don't trust them. By the way, you know, Utah got a high divorce rate. So nobody's safe, man. Alpha, the first one, says co-parenting is the solution. You don't have to marry to have a kid. Yes, baby daddy is better than husband. I'll say this, in today's age, it's actually, you're low-key better off doing that than getting married and then having that happen to you. That's, you might as well just start at the suffering and just automatically be, you know. But like I say, co-parenting is not, to me, in my opinion, co-parenting is not it. I don't think co-parenting works. We haven't seen the cumulative results of co-parenting, and once we really see the cumulative results, we're going to be like, nah, this doesn't work either. But in terms of, like, if you have the leverage, like say if you're a Cam Newton, right? These Nick Cannons, these people that have all these kids with all these baby moms, low key is better for them to do it like that than for them to get married, because they have so much to lose financial wise. Now, and then the irony is, when you have, for some weird reason in America, if you're a dude that has like several baby moms, for some weird reason they act right. I don't know what it is. It's like they don't have the incentive to bring you to child support, because all the baby mothers are competing with each other to make sure they're not seen as the bitter baby mother. They're like not going to form together to try to take down the baby father. They're all going to be competing against each other to make sure they're not seen as the bitter baby mother, because they can't leverage his kid against him because he has another kid with somebody else. You know what I mean? So, no, you're right. You're right. You're right. Alpha says we already live in a baby daddy and baby mom nations is already here. You're right. You're right. That's why I say it doesn't work. That's why I say it doesn't work. You know? Ishimura GSU says, I wouldn't say it's easy to find a chick that meets the standards, honestly, but it's not impossible. Or like I said, for me, it's either surrogacy. Me personally, it's either surrogacy. If I want a kid, it's either surrogacy or I am going overseas. I'm having a kid overseas and I'm staying there. Alpha, the first one says, bingo. Yes, having multiple baby moms, it's better. It is what it is. Like I said, the normies, they might not understand the logic. They might think it's degenerate, and it is to an extent, but they don't understand in terms of, it seems like the dudes that have several baby moms, the baby moms be acting right. But it's the dudes that only have like one baby mom, one marriage. They suffer the most because they only have kids there, and the mom leverages the hell out of that one kid, or those two kids that he had with the one woman, and she will leverage the hell. I'm talking about she will leverage the hell out of you, leverage the hell out of you with that. And I see that happen to like the average man like crazy. You know what I mean? Ishimura says surrogacy means you're not seeing your kid every day. How could you? Surrogacy means you're not seeing your kid. No, when you doing surrogacy, the mom's out of the picture. I completely take the mom out of the picture with surrogacy, unless maybe I researched wrong on it. But when you do surrogacy, she got to sign something where she can't have contact with the kid, and I'm gonna make sure it's like that. So, in my dream world, like I said, in my dream world where I have a lot of money, right? I have to stay in America, right? I would have surrogacy, right? I would choose the type of kid I want him to be like, have him or her, right? And then, because the surrogate mother, she's out of the picture. She's not allowed with the kid. She has to sign paperwork, right? And then I would have my quote unquote living girlfriend, put her on a contract. I would pay her. I would give her like a 7-year contract or something like that. This is like in the land of make believe, right? In my perfect scenario. And then I'd put her on a contract. Because then at the end of the day, she won't have rights over my kids. I don't think so. But that would be like my dream scenario. I don't mind. I don't like I rather just do the parenting by myself, because they've shown the statistics with, with the single dads. The single dads, they just do significantly better than single moms. There's a reason for that. Okay. Alpha, the first one, said, I support passports 100%, but don't come back and don't bring her here. Don't come back. Yeah, facts. Ishimura says, did you have a mother? Actually, no, I didn't have a mother. I just appeared. I'm a Namekian. I just appeared. Hey, yo, they think, I guess Ishimura thinks I'm a Namekian. He really thinks I'm that what I put on my profile pic. Did you have a mother? In fact, I didn't. Oh my goodness, man. Oh Lord. Good Lord, have mercy. Let me see. The uncomfortable truth is AI bots is going to make co-parenting obsolete because no one will be having kids. They need to make some laws to stop this nonsense, but they won't. Facts. Yeah, he asked, do I have a mom? What the fuck is wrong with this nigga? Oh, man. Let me see. Ishimura says, was she around? Ishimura, but you do know there are black people that do have parents that are around. Like, you do know that exists. I don't know, like it's not just Ishimura. It's not just Ishimura. It's it's a lot of people. I'm like, what kind of ninjas they? I don't think they be around ninjas at all. Some of the questions some of these people be asking, they don't really be around ninjas like that, man. But anyways. Alpha says this Andrew nonsense is really making the RP a joke. Why did they keep making excuses? I don't know why they make so much excuses for that Rachel character. I don't get it. Would you be upset if your mother disappeared? Yeah, because I grew up with her. But I'm talking about the results. Right? When I'm because like I said, this is like my dream scenario. When I'm talking about, people want to talk about, you see, when I try to mitigate the risks, now all of a sudden ninjas got questions. Well, would she miss her nigga? These are the questions you gotta ask Andrew Wilson. When I try to mitigate my risk in my dream scenario, in my fantasy island. Because at the end of the day, it's not about missing who or missing. What is the most successful path for the kid? What is the best path for the kid to be successful? It's when the father is there. The mother is the incubator. I'm not saying there's no need for motherhood. I'm just saying the stats show, and even just in my personal life and just observing life in general, if the father is there, the father has to be there. He has to be. He has to be there. There's no replacing the father. So this is why you even see athletes like Cristiano Ronaldo, like he went the extreme route. He went surrogacy, and then he picked the girlfriend that he wanted and then put her on salary. That's like the dream scenario for me. But at the end of the day, there's plenty of dudes that are raising kids by themselves, and their kids turn out better than kids. I'm talking about statistically, many of the kids that are raised in single father households, they do better than kids that are raised with the mom and a dad. So the two successful prototypes, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about the kids. It's about the success of the kids if they're going to be productive members of society. The two successful models are with the mom and a dad, or just a dad. Those are the only two parent structures where the kid is basically going to be in a better chance of success. Right? But, you know, the church be hiding that too. Oh man. So Ishimura says, yeah, no ish. How the F would a kid feel without a mother their entire life? No, because like I said, they show the results. There's literal results. Like the kids that grew up with single fathers. So these are the dudes where their moms left them. So that actually makes my point more. So you have a situation where their moms left them and they were fine. Or their mom's not there because she's on drugs or she's in jail. If the dad is not there, that's the killer. If the father has to be there. Give a fuck about who you feel. There's a lot of people that I saw growing up that are not here anymore that I miss. Or there's a lot of people that's happened to. But it's not about what you feel. It's about, are you successful in life? Are you a productive member of society? And I thought that's what you wanted. But you're talking about feels in you know what I mean? It's just like, bruh. But at the end of the day, you cape for bitches. That's what you do. Because I'm thinking about the success of the kid. I don't give a fuck about what you feel. Like if I have a kid, I don't want the kid to like me. I want the kid to be like, "Oh man, my dad was crazy, but I understood where he was coming from." That's what I want. If I were to have a kid, I don't want my kid to to personally like me. I just want my kid to be like, "Well, he was a character, but I understood where he was coming from. He just wanted what's best for me." And that's why the father has to be there. Unfortunately, when it comes to the moms, I'm not saying they're not needed, but they're too busy on whether somebody likes them or not. And that's not how you raise a kid. That's not how you raise a productive kid. You know what I mean? He said, based on what I'm gathering from the debate in the comments, is that men don't want to accept reality and long for a fairy tale marriage. Men need to ask themselves, who are they outside of a wife and kids? XVYJZ, you might be you I don't know how long you've been subscribed or if you're just coming in on this channel, but I like your way of thinking because because I'm starting to think the same thing, that men, they don't really, outside of getting married or having their own personal woman, I don't think they have an identity outside of that. Ishimura said both parents is better than a single father, homie. That's the point. No, it's not. Go look up the statistics. Go look up the statistics. This is actually already known within these spaces. Go look up the statistics. I'm tired of showing people the proof and then they just look at me and just be like, I need more proof. So I'm not even, this is already well known. Oh, XVYJZ said, I just subscribed today. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, man. Thank you. Because this is a lot. I think that I've really underestimated how much, men really long for women. They really, it's clear as day. And that's what I was trying to even say earlier in many other streams, that men want marriage more than the women want marriage. The gender roles have flipped. It used to be back in the day the women were wanting the marriages more than the men wanted the gender roles have flipped, But yeah, there's a lot of dudes because okay, XVYJZ, you gotta understand there's a lot of dudes that their parents didn't really put them in things. They didn't really have hobbies growing up. I'm starting to, because like I have so many passions outside of finding a girl. You know what I mean? Like I was able to, I said this, when I was on tour last year, I realized, I was like, oh, I can go monk mode, because I basically went a month in an RV with some dudes, just doing music, learning music, reading sheet music. Mind you, I can't even read sheet music. And I realized that I was lacking and I was slacking. And I was just so focused on that. A month went by just like that. Just like that. And I realized that me staying at home and being sedentary, it's been holding me back. Right? And I was like, oh, I actually can go monk mode. I didn't know I could do it. I was like, wow, I didn't, because I was just so focused on not sucking and making sure I fit in. I realized there's way more that I want to do. I'm like, there's way more that I want to do. I did a live stream when I was in Pittsburgh, and the musicians, they were right next to me. They were sitting there laughing at what I was saying, but it was a real realization. Like, I'm like, there's so much more I got to do, and there's so much more that I can do. But there's a lot of men that didn't really grow up with that. Right? I grew up playing sports. I did, music. I did all types of activities. There's so much things I wanted to do outside of abroad. But there's a lot of dudes that didn't grow up. They didn't, they didn't make they didn't make the sports team. They don't have a passion, or they do have a passion, but they don't want to be seen as a nerd. They're afraid to say that they like a Naruto or Dragon Ball Z. They're afraid to say they like Pokemon, and they don't have really a passion. And really their only identity is through, can I get my own woman? Yep. Young Doka said it best. He said, a man without purpose finds his purpose in women. Oh yeah, and by the way, the musicians that I was with, they all got broads. They all have broads at home. Oh yeah, one had a wife. One dude had a wife. Oh yeah, the drummer, he had a kid that he wasn't seeing. Oh man. I was playing in Miami, and there was this girl that came up to me right after the show. But I was so focused on my performance and doing this and what I wasn't doing. It was like right after she left, it was like, you got her number, right? I was like, yeah, but I was just so caught up in the music that I didn't even realize that I got her number. I got her Instagram and all that. But it was just, I'm just like, oh, this is just music. Nope. She wanted to go. she wanted to go. Mind you, this particular woman, she has parents with money. Her parents funded her music journeys, her music school degree and all that stuff. But I was just so focused on just the performance, the music. She didn't even, I didn't even realize that was an invitation. They was making fun of me for that, but that's when I really realized. I was like, oh, I guess I was really like, I really got to start prioritizing what is really important in my life. Here I am stuck I'm in there 2 or 3 weeks in, and I'm not even thinking about broads. I never thought I'd be in that position, just like that, where it's just not. I think I had caught more numbers from broads in that 3-week venture unintentionally than I think I ever did just like in a full year. But that's what happens when you're a man and you're chasing your purpose, or when you're a man and that's not your priority. Because I really think that women can smell, desperation. I think that's their superpower. They can smell a desperation. Let me see. Ishimura GSU, show me the stats. The kids of single fathers are better off than with both parents. No, I'm not going to show you. I'm just going to wait for a woman to show you, and then you're actually going to believe it. That's what's going to. There's actually a conservative female. She did like a whole PowerPoint presentation on that. And all the dudes were in the comments like, oh my gosh, she's so right. But they were all simping over her because she was a female. But she was right. I'm gonna just wait until it's gonna be a conservative female, a trad thought, that's going to say the exact same thing that I said, and you're gonna agree with her. Just off GP.
So let's get back to the
I
state.
don't care secularists get married.
Let's get back to the state.
What do you mean?
And that divorce rate. Did you find out the numbers?
Yeah, I pulled it up earlier, but I'll pull it up again. It's up on the screen. Can you guys see this? Catholic, 19-25%. Mainline Protestant, 30-35%. Evangelical, 26-33.
That's up there.
Now, pull
That's
up
up there.
Orthodox.
40,
Orthodox.
33, 34, 30. That's pretty high.
Orthodox divorce rate.
One thing I am embarrassed about my fellow Gen Z men and women, well, not me, but I'll say there's too much of Gen Z people relying too much on ChatGPT. It's like it's scary. Too much Gen Z people. We rely too much on ChatGPT. I don't even have the app on my phone. I don't even use that. I don't even use ChatGPT. Well, I use Google, right? But I don't know. Like this whole ChatGPT, we have the ChatGPT on standby to look up stats.
17 to 20.
I see average 33%.
That's
US
That's
average.
evangelical
adults.
Protestants. That's with the
It says
coalition of
Orthodox
all of
adults
them.
ever divorced 17 to 20. US
Yes.
average 33%.
Yeah, so they're much lower.
It says in the US 33%. The
They're
Orthodox ever divorced, that's worldwide.
Yeah, they're much lower rate.
That's still bad. Like those percentages, that's not good. And by the way, you got to understand when they do the divorce statistics, they're measuring it based on on a yearly basis. So they take the amount of divorces in a year and then they compare that with the marriages in that same year. They're not taking like marriages overall and how many of those marriages end up in divorce overall. Now, if you do it like that, you find out that basically most marriages end in divorce at about a 60 to 70% clip. Most marriages end in divorce. When you take the overall of marriages overall in general, because when they do the divorce rate, they're just measuring it on a yearly. Excuse me. They're measuring it off of. They're taking the divorces in that year, and then they're taking that, and then they're comparing that to how many people get married in that year. That's how they measure the divorce rate. I'm like, and even still, then it still comes up to 40 to 50%. That's still bad. That's still bad. That's still terrible. But if you really want to know what the real quote unquote divorce rate, you have to take the overall divorces. Sorry, you got to take the overall marriages from a certain time period and be like, okay, how many of those marriages ended in divorce? And once you do it like that, you'll find out it's from a 60 to 70% rate. Oh, sorry, a 65 to 70% rate.
Okay, but you're saying that they can't get divorced. That's what you said.
No, bro.
You said, is that what you said?
The whole
You
point
said
here
they
is
can't
how
get
do we
divorced because you're
mitigate the risk
enforcing
of divorce? You can't ever completely mitigate
30%.
it. It can't ever be completely mitigated, but you can mitigate the risk of divorce.
Okay, great.
It is lower.
Much
percentage.
lower. Much lower.
Okay, all right. So a chance of getting hit 30% versus 44%. This doesn't defeat the argument. Those
It does defeat
divorces,
the argument.
those divorces happen in the court of law because no divorce
That's
cannot be
right.
reported in.
So
That's
this
not
is
in the
great.
court of law.
Actually,
so what is the divorce
yeah.
that happens outside of the court of law? If it's 33% in the court of law with your Orthodox ecclesiastic marriage, what is it outside? What is it
lower.
within that?
It's even lower.
Okay, so add that 10%.
Yes.
Now we're at 40%.
No, you wouldn't add that. You wouldn't add 10%.
That's the legal
What are you
divorce.
talking
Hold on
about?
for a second. When you say a divorce, those are reported divorces legally. That means these people filed in the legal reported system. That's 30+%. Okay.
So that means it's probably another 10 to 15 to 20% that we're not accounting, which would still and then that would still come back to what I was saying before. You get that would still come up to around 60 to 70%, which is egregiously high. But even then, when you're looking at divorce rates in the way they measure it, 40 to 50% is egregiously high. I'm sorry, that's way too much of a risk. And that's the ones that's recorded in the court of law.
You said there would be more that were outside of the
less.
outside of the state.
Less.
No, hold on for a second.
Less.
There's additional outside of the marriage, outside of the state.
No.
Oh, there's none.
Well,
so you're
no,
saying there's
no,
zero?
not really.
What are you saying?
Okay, so let me explain.
Please,
so that you understand.
additional to the 33%.
But you have to. Can you at least let me finish this time?
Please do it because
All
you're
right.
slow.
So if it's the case,
Now, I'll say that was pretty rude of CJ to call him slow, but I came to that same conclusion too. Andrew Wilson was. I'll say, okay, this is how I look at this debate. There's a lot of things that CGA said that went over a lot of conservatives' heads, but I will say 2 to 3 years down the line, people are gonna look back at this debate and be like, damn, CGA was right. it's kind of one of those like it's like a Kanye West moment. You know, Kanye West seemed like the crazy dude at first, but later down the line, and Kanye West came across as a bit narcissistic or snappy or an asshole or this and that, but as as time moved on, people realized that Kanye was just ahead of his time. And I think this is going to happen with Andrew Wilson, but specifically the tradcons or the conservatives, the Christian conservatives that have infiltrated and invaded this space, this sacred space, they will realize in due time that CGA was on to something. They're probably not going to give him his credit. They're going to probably give it his credit. A woman is going to repeat his talking points while Andrew Wilson is going through the ringer, and they're going to say, "Oh my gosh, I wish you heard this sooner." You did. You just dismissed the truth because you didn't like where it was coming from.
This year in an ecclesiastical marriage, you're still adding usually the state. These people are all adding the state, okay? The Catholics themselves, if you were to look at their annulments rate from the ecclesiastical authority, it's actually much lower than even the percentage that you're getting from the state because they add the state in, which means some people will ignore the ecclesiastical authority and get divorced anyway.
That's exactly what I've been telling you.
Nobody ever argued that.
Exactly. But so
we're arguing about mitigating the risk. Mitigating the risk. No, it would mitigate the risk.
So the risk is slightly lower.
Much lower.
Okay, that's not that much lower.
It's much lower.
40%. You're talking about 33% to 43%.
No, we're not. We're talking about 20.
The other risks that are associated with it. We got that.
That's
we
not
tackled
the
that
point on this.
That is
Make the final point and then
listen. I'm a grown man. I'm not 22-year-old OnlyFans. I'm going to say what I want to say. Listen to this. At this particular point,
you got me on that one.
Listen, we're moving forward.
Okay, we're moving
At
forward.
this point, what are the other risks that we want to guard against? We got the divorce. You're going to put them on because now whoever's your authority has to mitigate that risk. Now all of a sudden they have to govern or socially pressure the women, and that's going to be difficult to do. 20%, 30% of sexist marriages, 30% of people having affairs. This is not the intent of people who get married. So yes, we have the divorce. We set that aside. Now, what about within the marriage? How do you mitigate the risk for that? I'm assuming you're going to have the ecclesiastic come through their home and force the wives to fuck their husbands.
Oh, that's quite the straw man. But I'll go ahead and answer. Actually, the ecclesiastical authority does mitigate against this. And here's my proofs. Proof one. If it is the case that you get married to a woman who's a virgin, but she's a virgin because she's a Christian, hang on, let me get through the entirety of the arguments before you start freaking out. If it is the
Young Douglas says, speaking of Kanye, I saw something of him apologizing to the small hats. Ooh, I'd have to look into that.
case,
Virgins.
your chances of that marriage ending, very, very, very small, one. And two, they report that they have a happier sex life. This is actually the case with the decrease in body count, which generally comes with the more religious people. Meaning, the more that you take your religion seriously, the more that you pray, the more that you engage in that whole ecclesiastical authority thing, the less likely it is you step out of your marriage, significantly less likely. The less likely it is that you end up in a sexless marriage. You know why? Because there's a reinforcement in Christianity that men and women are not allowed to deprive each other of sex when it comes to marriage. And you find that people who follow the traditional faith generally don't. And so, yes, the ecclesiastical authority preaches that from the pulpit. Sorry, lady, you got to fuck your husband. That's part of God's law. Yeah. What do you got for him? Go out and just fuck everybody? What?
So I already mentioned that point earlier on. I told you I've been in banquets or like conferences, played at conferences, and where you'd have the pastor's wife come out and she would ask the women of the church, like, "Are you guys sleeping with your husbands?" And they would literally look at the pastor's wife and be like, "No." And why? Like, so that's a moot point right there.
What are you going to do to mitigate, by the way? You have to mercy the same criticism. You can't mitigate guys' girlfriends from fucking around on them any more than you could a person's wife. You can't mitigate them stepping out on them. You can't mitigate them treating them like shit. You can't do anything. At least I have a mitigation. You have nothing. You have nothing. Just liberal degeneracy. Give me something. Something you could do that would give any kind of fail-safe against this. One thing.
I don't know what communities you live in, but your church pastor is going to be very busy walking in all of these bedrooms, preventing divorce and enforcing women to sleep with their husbands. Now, the first leap of faith that you have, hold on for a second. Oh, I heard you. The first leap of faith is virgin. Okay, if we look at the stats, please pull up the stats of how many women qualify as a virgin.
On virginity.
You said
That's
virginity. I'm just
baseline.
letting you know. You brought it up.
Well, he brought it up, so he has to address respectfully.
In America?
In America, what women percentage qualify as virgins? All right, so you're going to say very few. So you know this.
7%, age 22 to 34.
7%.
So they said amongst U.S. adults ages 22 to 34, about 7% of women reported that they never had sexual intercourse in the year 2022 or 2023. So only 7%. And those are the ones that say they are. And we already know women lie about their body count. Basically, yeah, I'll say damn near all women lie about their body count. So it's really a smaller percentage than that. So this whole, talking about, I need to find a virgin. I mean, good luck. I mean, if you didn't have your girl in high school, I'm talking about if you did not have your girl in high school, and I mean, I'm talking about freshman, sophomore year max. If you didn't find your girlfriend in sophomore year in high school, you're not getting a virgin. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to tell people this. Most likely, and if they are a virgin, like past the age of 16, they giving it up to the athletes. They giving it up to the athletes or some kind of dude that cares nothing about them. Y'all dudes are getting leftovers. So shout out to CGA to point that out.
Okay.
Do you know what?
So now we have.
Do you know what a baseline for an argument is?
That was the baseline.
Yeah.
You want to
so
say now? Do we want to
the
increase the body count?
Yeah,
I mean, because
yes,
if you're looking,
that was the whole point of the baseline of the argument.
So right now, if we can pull up how many women in Gen Z, because this is marital age women, would have a body count.
That was a terrible save from Andrew Wilson. He thought he could save the argument by saying, "No, we're just talking about body count." Even still, you talking about Gen Z women in body count. You don't want to know their body count, and I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Lower than 5.
No,
Because
millennials
now
are
we're
also marriageably aged. What do you
okay,
mean?
millennials, younger millennials.
Yeah.
Okay, because there's no point in older people getting married. They're not procreating. All right, they're gonna have 1 or 2 kids.
Older
That doesn't
people do
help us.
procreate.
Not that much. All right,
That's
they're gonna have
true,
1 or 2
but
kids.
the
All right,
thing-
listen. It said in the Bible, in your Bible, it says
Yeah.
be fruitful and multiply, not
Uh-huh.
add. All right, we're not adding one little autistic kid. We're multiplying.
That would be
all right?
multiplying.
No, it wouldn't be multiplying.
Yes, it
Having one
would.
little
If
bright
you
ass
have
kid.
3 and you have 1 more, that's
All right,
multiplying.
multiplying by 1. All right, that's
So
not the answer.
multiplying.
Okay, listen, we're multiplying
Okay.
by multiples. You know what I'm talking about. Now listen.
Yeah, that is a
you
multiple
want,
that
hold
we're
on for a second.
multiplying
Hold on for a
by.
second. You want to convince me
Uh-huh.
that there's going to be women of low body count in this secular world we live in to make your scenario
They're more
work, to
likely to-
enforce women to have
Yeah,
sex with their
they're gonna be
husband
more
from the
like-
pulpit.
yeah.
Do you see?
Yeah.
This is very strange.
Well, I have
from
all
a
the data
secular
to back
person.
my- show me
From a very
anything.
small percentage. I mean,
Uh-huh.
it works in a podunk town. I don't
Doesn't
know
just
where you're
work in a
from.
podunk town.
We're talking about the metropolises. We're talking about major
And
cities.
how is your
And you're
plan
talking
going to
about
mitigate that?
virginity.
How is your
I
plan
asked
going to
you,
mitigate
remember, I don't know
that?
if you remember. I asked you. All right.
So it's interesting too. It was a lot of people in the comments saying that CGA was interrupting him, but from what I've seen, it's been a pretty equal exchange of them interrupting each other. And I've seen a lot. I'll say this: I've seen a lot more louder interruptions from Andrew Wilson. A lot more louder interruptions. But if you have the chat and the comments tell you thought that CGA was bullying,
And I
This is
told
the
you.
question and you came back with virgins.
No.
And you came back with
Oh my God.
enforcing
Why
sex
do
from
you
the
only get
pulpit.
half the argument? That's why I can't respond to my arguments. So let's do it again. If you want to
Please.
mitigate,
Force women to have lower body
you're
counts.
not, dude. How's it force?
Go ahead.
How's it?
but that's what you said, Andrew Wilson. You said from our religious standpoint, if whoever's being brought up in your ecclesiastical whatever, it will be encouraging girls to have lower body counts, or you'll find a woman that doesn't have a high body count, or most likely to find a virgin, which is not true, especially when you're talking about Christians and all that. This is what you brought up. Everything he's repeating is what you brought up. And these are the things that men are worried about. These are the things that they keep high on their priority list. So he just addressed it.
Force.
You're the one enforcing sex.
How
to the
is it?
husband.
How?
do you
How are
enforce
we
sex-
using force?
How are you enforcing sex to the
Through
husband from the
social,
pulpit?
through social pressure, doofus. The same way you would with
Okay,
everything.
gentlemen, your wife is going to have sex with you because church reverend enforced her to have
Oh
sex
my
with
God.
you.
Do you think?
Okay, please pull up the chat.
Yeah, pull
His
up the chat.
suggestion is to
Uh-huh.
have a church reverend, and church reverend is going to come enforce. You're talking about 70% of the population, or better, maybe 10, that are going to fall under this category, and this is going to lead a wave of women sleeping with their husband when social pressure quite tells them region.
If it's the
now,
case
what if that's
that-
not the case? Because
yeah.
in the United States, I don't know where you live, but you know, in the case
Then
of
we
the
use the
hills, of
apparatuses.
if you take the rest of the United States, they're highly not that. That is outside of those demographics.
And don't
so
you wanna
what if
change
they're
that?
what if they're outside of that?
Don't
What if
you
they're
wanna-
not white and
don't-
Christian?
don't you wanna
What if
change
they're
that?
not Christian to make 100K? What do you suggest then?
Yeah, so here's what I would suggest.
These
It's
are
not
all-
attack. I really
these
are
all-
trying my hardest to
you're
understand.
taking a very small scenario to make
Yeah.
it the large scenario. When I'm telling you the larger scenario is the reality, and you're telling me
Both the
if
reality.
I do this, if I do that.
No,
this is
so
a
are
very
you.
small percentage.
You're doing the same
I'm
thing.
telling you about
if
what's
you get
happening.
married, you make it a
No, I
divorce.
said when.
If this happens, then this may happen.
We already looked at the statistics of it likely happening.
Yeah, no,
so that is
no.
likely to happen.
First of all, even the
Did you
statistics you
pull up
looked
the
at,
statistics again?
yeah, pull up
the
the
marriage
statistics.
statistics, the
For the
divorces.
Christians, it's actually not likely, is
Overall
it?
in the United States. Overall in the United
Yeah,
States. So in order for it to work, you have to be white.
You need to break
make a
this
certain
down by
income. Hold on for a
demographics.
second. You need to,
You want me to break it down?
So
And social
so you want to go.
economics.
You want to go. In order for your marriage to work, they have to be white, Christian.
They don't have to be white.
Make money,
No.
and then also probably live in a certain region.
If it's the
now,
case
what if that's
that-
not the
yeah,
case? Because
yeah.
in the United States, I don't know where you live, but you know, in the case
Then
of
we use the
hills, something like that,
apparatuses.
if you take the rest of the United States, they're highly not that. That is outside of those demographics.
And don't
so
you wanna
what if
change
they're
that?
what if they're outside of that?
Don't
What
you
if they're
wanna-
not white and Christian?
don't you wanna
What if
change
they're
that?
not Christian to make 100K? What do you suggest then?
Yeah, so here's what I would suggest. If it's the case that in the black community, you have more divorces in the white community, there's going to be contributing factors for why that is. I don't think that like black people are just ontologically different than white people. Do you? Do you just believe like that at their core they're just ontologically different, or do you think that they're the same? Because if that's the case, if they're equal people and equal people groups, then there must be some other social factors which are relating to this that increase the divorce rate in the black community that doesn't exist yet in the white community. If that's the case, we would specifically target those issues to prevent that from happening, right? We're going to do this
What is
across.
it?
We're going to do this across the board.
what would they be?
For the black community, there's a bunch. One, you have a distinction in economic certitude. The second one is you got a massive abortion rate, which is super problematic. Another one is you use matriarchal structures in the family home instead of patriarchal. Huge issue that you have. By the way, when it was Christian based, didn't happen. It was a patriarchal structure inside those black homes. And boy, they didn't put up with shit. Not the case anymore. So you have multiple factors here which need to be addressed. I agree with that. Nobody ever disagreed with that, though. What we're trying to do is look at the mitigation of risk. And even for the black community,
handled that already.
if the black community moves in to these conventionally traditional churches, they still will have the same ecclesiastical authority, which will assist them in governing their marriage that white people would have. And it would still assist with the mitigation of risk. What's the alternative? It's just degeneracy, right? The alternative is just like, well, just hump them and never get married. Well, what good does that do for blacks? What good does that do? It just leads to more abortion. It just leads to more degeneracy. It leads to high crime rates, and the single motherhood's out of control. So, like, what are you doing to prevent any of that? Nothing. Nothing. Tell me what? What?
Okay, thank you. You said things that people have known for the past 45 years,
You
but I
didn't answer the
appreciate that.
question.
Hold on for a second. Thank you for contributing to a common conversation that people know, but you offer no other solution. That's great.
Yeah, I was about to say, Dr. Umar Johnson's already talked about stuff like this. Tariq Nasheed, even Corey Holcomb, right? Tommy Sotomayor, Brother Polite. Am I missing any other black speaker? we've already covered that. He act like he said something, earth shattering. Oh yeah, Louis Farrakhan, these people, right? These talking points have already been exhausted. And then at the end of the day, even that problem will never be solved, because at the end of the day, the women never get called out for their contribution to the degradation of the black family. Let me see. Garrett Grant said it's the same. Jesus will take the wheel that has been tried over and over again. Like, he doesn't even understand. Like, black people are the most religious people, particularly black women. So this whole, you just got to go back to church and Christian, dude. The black church is full of full of single black mammies, right? It's already full. It's already full of people like that. So, like I said, a lot of the conservatives, they're slow. They're too slow. And I used to say that the pickup artists were the worst people in the RP space, but it's the masquerading trad cons that really, because particularly the trad con dudes, they just want to control women. They just want to control women. That's what they want to do, but in their safe environment spot, right? So they always want things to go back to the 1950s, the 1940s, but they never want to go back to like the 1930s when they had to go to war, right? It's the 1920s, or even earlier than that. They just want that little snapshot of what they thought was a great time for men. But what they don't understand is once no-fault divorce was finally implemented, women sprinted away from traditional marriage. So they like to say that women were happy then. Were they? I don't know about that, because as soon as they were given the green light to leave, they sprinted. They I'm talking about they sprinted away. You know what I mean? Like they sprinted. As soon as they were given the green light. Dr. L was talking about this yesterday. I was on his channel. I don't know if you guys know who Dr. L is. As soon as the 70s hit, which Andrews admitted he didn't even know that no fault divorce was implemented in the 70s. This is very important, by the way. As soon as it was implemented, women sprinted away from traditional marriage. Yep. And XVYJZ said, Andrew said, who cares about secular marriage? That's the majority of people. Like he said, like, yeah. But even like Coach, that's what CGA was like. Look, we got to come back to reality. Most people are not there. You have to come to the reality where most people are. But even he gave him an opportunity. He said, can we take the religion out of it? And Andrew Wilson said no. Just astoundingly, he just said no. And CJ was like, okay, that's how we're gonna do things. All right. It is what it is.
Now, here's a problem. Here's a problem with this. It's an if scenario. That would be great if we can go back to this. It would be great if we can go back and look at and say that blacks, when they were in the 40s and 50s, they had more stable relationships and marriages than even white folks. Here's the issue.
Okay.
Why stop at the 40s? Let's talk about 1863.
Okay.
Your tradition seems to always hit this point of 1940s where you shine this light of traditionalism that you've never lived in, that seems to be in a snapshot of something that you don't even know about. Then when I fast
You're not
forward
even saying anything, dude.
again,
That is true. Tradcons, I don't think they really know what happened during that snapshot period that they love to idealize when they talk about, the 1950s. And I think I even said this on Dr. L's chat. I'm starting to think I'm starting to think that it seems like a lot more so-called tradcon men took advantage of their position of authority so much to a point where when the women were running away from traditional marriages, I think maybe there's something to that I didn't give credence to. Maybe there's something to that I didn't give credence to. Maybe I'm gonna have to start rethinking some of my some of my stances. And remember, look, dude, because I haven't really seen him around lately. Do you guys remember Reaper Rel? And I'm pretty sure he still watches my videos, right? And he would constantly, I don't know if you guys remember when Reaper Rel would come in here and he would talk, and he would talk about how these conservative dudes be mad abusive towards their wives behind closed doors. And I used to dismiss it because I felt like that was just, I felt like that was just his outlook, and I didn't want to dismiss it. But I kind of was like, we don't know completely about that. But the way TradCon men be talking sometimes, I be wondering, maybe I owe Reaper Rel an apology. Maybe he was 100% correct. Maybe those TradCon dudes were a lot more abusive than we gave them credit for, particularly when you talk about the white TradCon dudes that love to idealize a certain point of time when men had the advantage. Maybe something I really gotta start, because your TradCon seem to be always attracted just towards that time period of point, and they don't even realize that the women of that time were not happy. They were not happy. Now, women are never happy in general, but I'm just saying They say that the women were happier during that time, but that isn't true. You're seeing it even now, where you have women now, they're talking about soft life this, soft like that, and then they get the soft life, and then all of a sudden they want to leave. They become a stay-at-home mom, and then all of a sudden they don't want to do that no more. Maybe men have to consider that that's not really what women want. At the end of the day, women want what's convenient for their feelings at that time. They're a slave to how they feel. So if they feel like they don't want to do that no more, that's just how it's going to be.
You're not listening. When I fast forward to 1970, when it falls all apart with no fault divorce, based on what I've been arguing, what happens? All that traditionalism falls apart. Why don't we take it further? Why don't we take it back to bride prices? I mean, how far in tradition you're going to go? You're only going to bang your head around 19.
In real, I'll say it like this: real tradition, in my opinion, is where the dad is actually arranging the marriage. That's like real traditionalism, or like where you had like the dad, he would sell the daughter off for some cows and some where basically the families would get together and it would be more of an arrangement and a financial arrangement as well. That's when it's actually that's something that I would consider like a traditional situation.
40 and 50 because you watched a couple of movies and I Love Lucy episodes. That's not tradition.
Okay.
That was a snapshot in history that you're trying to achieve again.
So
take it back further. There's no marriages in the black community.
Let's say let's say we take it all the way back to the 1700s. Let's just
Conditions. So you get no argument from me there. So at that point, where's your statistic lie then?
Well,
where's your solution
I'll
then?
tell you again. So I'm
He's
glad
going to solve the community problems here. I'd love to hear this.
Listen again.
Community, how to fix it. Nobody's been able to fix that community. How to fix it. Black community is pretty much Wilson certainly not to need the ability to provide this prescription better than Louis Farrakhan or Martin Luther King.
Does that mean no?
The movies and I Love Lucy episodes. That's not tradition.
Okay.
That was a snapshot in history that you're trying to achieve again.
So
take it back further. There's no marriages in the black community.
Let's say Let's say we take it all the way back to the 1700s. Let's just say, just for the sake of it, right? And that I'm totally wrong about all this, just for the sake of argument. Let's just say, what is your prescription to deal with any of those issues when you're telling men in the black community to not get married? How is that going to assist with abortion? How is that going to assist with strong fathers in the home? How's that going to assist with the only demographic population which can't reproduce itself? How? Can you give me a single prescription to any of that?
Let me tell you something. I agree with you on this.
I just want a prescription, dude.
Here's the problem. I agree with you. And listen, if you had any ability to provide this prescription better than Louis Farrakhan or Martin Luther King,
does that mean no?
Give me a second. Listen to me. These men have tried to pretty much heal this issue, and they haven't. So Andrew Wilson certainly not to. Neither will CGA. So I don't have a prescription for the black community because the black community is pretty much doomed at this particular point. They have too much degeneracy. They have single mother rates at the 70 and 80%. But I'm going to tell you something. You want to come in here and tell me something about ecclesiastics, and you're telling me about the reality of the black community, how to fix it. Nobody's been able to fix that community. So there's nothing you can do, and I can't offer any solution for that. Now, at that particular point, you're saying the risk is higher. It certainly will be higher under those matriarchal conditions. So you get no argument from me there. So at that point, where's your statistic lie then?
Well,
where's your solution then?
I'll tell you again. So I'm glad
he's going to solve the community problems here. I'd love to hear this.
Listen again. I'm not saying
the black community problem solved by Andrew Wilson.
That says the guy who literally just got done saying, I have zero prescriptions.
Because nobody does. That community is here. But I would love to hear the black community solved by Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, so let me tell you a bunch of things that can be done which will help mitigate these
please
issues.
Please do.
The first is
that you can accomplish. Not some pipe dream.
That can be accomplished.
Okay, here we go.
That can be accomplished politically and already are beginning to be accomplished politically. The first is you have to outlaw abortion. You have to. It has to be outlawed, and not by state where you can just go to the next state and do another abortion, right? One of the biggest problems with promiscuity in the black.
Well, I agree with that, but I agree with that, but it's like a bit of a pipe dream. There's way too much of a blowback with that, but I agree with that.
Communities that they use abortion as a form of birth control. Same problem that you see in the white community, by the way. It's just more prevalent in the black community. The next problem that you have there is the lack of religiosity, where there used to be a really strong core religious base of base black men, and they were patriarchal, very patriarchal.
And this is where I'm going to disagree with him right here.
And the thing is that it's the idea of these feminist bra-burning lunatics that told black women not to be under the evil patriarchy of their men. And yet, at this point, the men are rolling over and allowing the matriarchy to take over in their own community. Is a return to traditional church ethics going to assist that? Of course it will. Of course it will. How do I know? Because it did then, just a few short years ago. I'm not talking about hundreds of years ago. I'm talking about 60 years ago. By the way, there's other things that you can do too. Getting rid of EBT, getting rid of social programs which are designed to keep people dependent. These are all things which can be politically accomplished. Just like abortion, the starting of banning that was politically accomplished in our lifetime. And the thing is like, you have no prescriptions. Fuck, at least I'm trying here, man.
Man, Andrew, you are Captain Obvious. This is the
Well,
obvious
then why didn't you obviously state it as a prescription?
Because people have exhausted the means to be able to do this. Trust me, there have been people way better than you that dress better than you and shave their beard better than you that can do this, and they haven't been able to accomplish it. You have the Democratic Party that is highly influential. 92% of black women voted for Democrats. That's also possibly where most of those women go to church. Most of black churches.
Exactly. So that's the part where Andrew Wilson is missing this. Like, what's the statistics? Like 90+% of black women vote for Democrats. So this is where they're also getting their ideology from. Hence why abortion isn't going to go anywhere. And then at the same time, these are the most, like, black women are heavy in the church. You know what I mean? So, and the black church doesn't hold a black woman accountable. They can basically do, they just basically let them run free. So that basically destroys Andrew Wilson's point. And there's been way too many people. I'm talking about black leaders, white leaders, all types of people that have tried to solve that problem. But that Democratic plantation has a stronghold in the church and in the women.
Are overwhelmingly women. It's a women's club, and you're telling me about something completely obvious that everybody has pointed out for 25 years. You're not giving me anything new. This is a completely obvious scenario, and you believe that you've enlightened me over here, and you're waiting for me to give you a solution. Let me tell you something.
Not about changing your mind.
You certainly would never do that. Now, at this particular point here, the unsettling experience that men experience in divorce. All right, you're saying you're just going to mitigate it or eradicate it. What about the small percentage of men that experience it and go through issues like high levels of self-deletion, high levels of them not being able to recover financially ever? They're still going to experience this under your scenario. This doesn't disappear. What prescription do you have for those men that went through your marriage and they got divorced 33%? What do you do with these men? Okay, 20%, 30%. It still was at a high rate.
I think it would
what
even be
prescription
lower than that.
you would hope so. You would hope so. But hope is not a strategy. What hold on for a second. What scenario do you have for men that you led into the burning building when they experience separation from their children, parental alienation, high levels of self-deletion? What prescription do you have, sir, that you sold? You have all the answers. Please enlighten us. What are you going to do with these men? Are you going to enforce them to have sex with other virgins that you have on the sideline?
I'll answer the question, but I want to make a deal with you that if I answer this last question of yours, that you'll actually answer when I
Oh, Lord.
ask you after that.
Listen, we're not in a court of law. I don't have to answer anything.
I just want that clear. You're not going to answer mine after. You're just going to filibuster or disaffected by it in some small percentage. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. We don't run societies based on outliers. The second thing, contributing factor, single motherhood, another huge contributing factor. These are all things which we need to mitigate. And by the way, these are all great prescriptions. You said I don't have none.
No, for a second. That's what you said. Now, here's the deal. These are great prescriptions. I happen to live in the time that you're talking about when the FCC didn't allow degeneracy. And I was able to live through the time where they started. Sir,
It's
I
the
know
only
you're
argument
not
you've
used
made
to
the whole
somebody across
debate.
from you. No, just say you agree. You can humble yourself in this.
I don't agree. It's just an argument.
You agree.
It's
Be
just-
a big boy. Hey, unfortunately, was able to see a time where America was great and now we had dysfunction. So I agree with some of those things. That took place probably 40 or 50 years. It would take a very, very unique scenario for that to occur when you have Cardi B and this type of music out here. And she's a single mother divorcee with a man that is having babies.
See, now that's a good argument.
Okay, so how?
That's an actual argument.
Hold on for a
First one
second.
I've
No,
heard.
that's something that you agree with. That's okay.
No, that's an
okay.
actual
okay.
argument.
No, it's an agree. You disagree. You can be humble enough to say you
That's
agree
an
with
actual
me.
argument.
No, listen, you don't have to be, you don't have to belittle or attempt to belittle.
Well,
I'm here a grown ass man.
Yeah, he got a point there. All you could have just said is I agree. Like I just said, like earlier, even as much as I don't agree with Andrew Wilson when he did say you have to outlaw abortion. I mean, yeah, like I said, in a dream world, of course. And like I said, I'm, like Andrew Wilson's dream world, it's a dream scenario, I guess, for men that want to, you know, keep women in check per se, or they want to control women, right? That's a dream scenario. But we got to live in reality. Like this is we got to live in the real world. I almost butchered that. I remember there's this one girl back in the day. She used to have this real tough time saying real. She used to, anytime it was a R word and a W word next to each other, she would struggle. She would struggle anyway.
Just
Argument
say
is
you agree.
propaganda
Hey,
takes
listen.
time.
Just say you agree. You want
It's
me to
not a
answer
matter of
questions? Just say you
agreement. It's a
agree.
matter of
Today. I'm not talking about in the church. I'm talking about today.
Okay, I'll answer
You're
you
telling me
today.
about today.
Yeah. If you assist with funding MRA groups today, MRA groups today who are trying to legislate and get legislation passed today to create preventative measures for those men today. Now, if you ask me, can you do anything about a man who might be willing to blow his head off right this second because he's Congress makes the law?
MRAs are on some terror lists. Yes.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
you're telling me that they're going to start just switching funding. We're just going to switch funding over here
Yeah.
to a terrorist
The thing
organization,
is-
according to some of these websites.
Yeah, I would say
this is just a pie in the
You
sky.
know,
All
it's
your
funny.
solutions are completely
Not
pie
only
in
is
the
it
sky.
not pie in the sky, but I'll give you an
Absolutely,
example. I'll give you an example.
The least possible situation. That
Well,
can
I'll
occur.
give you an example of where it's already happened. So I would argue that the traditional churches are MRAs, that they are men's rights advocacy groups, and that's where
Bruh, traditional churches are not no. they no.
traditional masculinity is mostly found today, where men are even allowed to be masculine.
There's
hang
more-
on. Let me finish my point. And it is the case that those MRAs, in this case the traditional churches, already got abortion rolled back, didn't they? They're already moving these things back. They're already at the forefront of fighting degeneracy. They are also the ones who are at the charitable forefront of helping those same veterans who are blowing their heads off when the government doesn't even pay any attention to them. When by the time the government was all done doing any of these reforms when it came to veterans associations, it was those pesky old traditional churches that from Sky Daddy that you hate so much. They were the ones on the forefront who were actually assisting those people and not doing that. While you asked me this question, Andrew, what can you do right this second for a guy who's going to blow his head off? Well, probably nothing. But
course
neither
not.
can you.
Of course
But
not.
at least we can do something about that not happening to others.
Okay, so that's very easy to accomplish in red states, and red states overwhelmingly were the states that got those things passed.
Yeah.
They were already going to get it passed without the
Exactly. Talking about traditional churches, you talking about it's states where it was already a red state. It was already a Republican state. These things were going to get passed to quote unquote help men. It was gonna get passed anyways.
the interaction of these so-called righteous individuals.
That was
Like,
done at
hold
the
on for a
federal
second.
level,
Now
not
let's
the
say-
state level.
Well, yeah, through Donald Trump.
Yeah, the
now, like,
federal
now
level.
watch
It
this.
doesn't have nothing to do
But
with what state.
California, Nevada, these are all states that you can easily drive to and get it done because they're red
Which is why we
or
need
they're
a
blue
federal
states.
ban, yeah.
And at that particular point, are we going to get a federal ban?
Yeah,
Do you
we
believe
very
have-
possibly could. Yeah,
possible.
it looks good. It looks good.
but
yeah.
we don't have it today. All right, so we don't.
You
We're not
can't-
again. We don't have it.
So what do you
And
wanna
more
do?
than likely,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you. You said it's possible, and I say more than possible. You're not going to get it. All right, so at that point,
That's what
now
they said
you have
about
an
Roe v.
issue.
Wade, and they were wrong.
They're wrong today. They're wrong. Possibly, we possibly might get it, but California's they're not doing it. I can drive to California
there's
right
a
now.
federal ban,
Well,
we
there's a
can't
woman I
stop
can
it.
drive, and I can take a woman to Nevada.
Yeah,
You
but
can
it's
take her
already
to many
decreasing
places
the
right
rates. It's already working. Like, what are you talking about? It's already effective.
now. All it does is just send women to another place.
And
They're
it
gonna find
reduces the amount of abortions.
It reduces it So
significantly.
Now we're not. That's all we're talking about. Reducing it. We're
Yeah.
talking about now the unsettling experiences.
So do nothing?
We're doing something.
Yeah.
We're doing something. I'm informing
Yeah.
people. I'm giving people the information.
To do what?
And you're telling me
What do you
a
want to
pie in the
do?
sky solution that might take
Tell me
forever.
what men should do.
I'm telling you what they're
What?
doing. All right. At this particular point, this
Yeah.
is the question that you've been wanting to ask me. All right. I put out a book called 52 Things That Men Should Do Prior to Considering Marriage.
Okay.
What it does is take it through a step-by-step approach
Uh-huh.
of what they need to look out for just to detect.
What does that
Hold on for a
mean?
second. Hold on for a
No.
second. Just to detect this man's considering. I've had plenty of men that said they were considering marriage. They found the red flags
Uh-huh.
because of my book, and they stopped getting married to a woman that eventually they saw would have been bad for them. That would have caused.
That's all we can do is give people the info. Now, the slow people like Andrew Wilson, the conservatives, the conservatives that had invaded my chat earlier, Rachel Wilson's side dude that came into my chat, they want like us to give people a damn step-by-step guidebook on how to be successful. Life doesn't work that way. All we can do is give you the information, or guys like you can give people the information, things that you went through in your life. This is the stuff that you got to look out for. This is all we can do. We can't hold your hand and tell you how to be successful. We can't hold your hand and tell you how to do this, do that. Anybody that's trying to sell you that, they're selling you fugazi. All we can do is give you some life experiences in certain patterns, right? People want to talk about pattern recognition, but then when I give people my pattern recognition, they're like, huh? Right? So that's all we can do. Nobody's going to give you a step-by-step guidebook on how to succeed. All we can do is put you on game. That's all we can do. We can just put you on game. We can't hold your hand and give you Jordan Peterson has the 10 steps to succeeding. What's his book name? What is Jordan Peterson's book name? Let me look that up real quick. Jordan Peterson's book list. What is that called? Yeah, the 12 rules for life. You see, people love books like that, 12 rules for life, and these things where there's numbers to it, because they're like, okay, if I just follow these steps, I'll be. Guys, life don't work like that. The 12 rules for there ain't no damn 12 rules for life. If you want to be real about it, there ain't no rules really. But if if you want to be black pill about it, but all we can do is put you on game. That's all we can do. We can't give you a step-by-step guidebook. All we can do is describe what we see, describe the problem. And through your description, you guys can make the choices. We can't hold your, because it's so for some reason, because we're not holding your hand, conservatives, and giving you the 12 rules for life, we're not giving you a prescription. You're not giving any solutions, because we're not holding your head and telling you exactly how to do it. Yeah, man. Anywho, man. I have so many stories just off of what I just said. There's just so many analogies I can give. There's many musicians that I've played with where in my mind I'm like, bro, yo, you better get your shit together, man, or you finna be kicked out. You just say, oh man. But yeah, everybody wants like how do I gotta do it like this? It's just one person I'm working with music wise. I'm not gonna say his or her name, but I've given him or her the tools. Now I can't give you a chord chart sheet or this is exactly how I play this. No, you got to hear it. You already have the music theory background. You're going to have to eventually connect your own dots. But then if I ask them for some money, in terms of when I start charging for, okay, if you really want to know how to do this exactly how I do it, you're going to have to start paying me. Oh, no. If you want to, if you want the exact formula, step by step, you're going to have to pay me. I'm not wrong for that. I'm not. Eventually, especially if you are a man, you have to come up with your own thing. You have to connect the dots. The reason why I can come to the conclusions that I come to, and then I just end up being 100% right a lot of the times, is just through connecting the dots. When I say, hey, don't be with women that smoke weed. The reason why I say this and why I say that's like my number one red flag or my number two red flag is because I know how much dudes don't like women with high body counts. And I'm telling you, if you got a girl that smoke weed, she probably likely has a high body count. First of all, you have a woman that has an addiction. Second of all, an expensive addiction. Third of all, women don't got money. Fourth of all, these drug dealers are out here. They should be making bank, but they're broke. But you see all these women with all these drugs. You got to put two and two together. They're sleeping with the drug dealers for drugs, for free drugs. You got to put two and two together. And what's the gate? What they say the gateway drug is? Weed. If you're dealing with a woman that has a lot of weed but no money, which is most women, damn near 90% plus. Sorry with the Cynthia G statistics saying 90% plus this. If you're dealing with a woman like that, most likely she ain't paid for it, but she always has drugs. You got to put two and two together. So that covers all of your fears that men said that they don't want. So this is why I put that high on the list. Yet I got backlash for saying this, for just connecting the dots. When I say my number 2 red flag is women that went to college. You guys complain about women being liberals. You complain about women having high body counts. You complain about women being opinionated and not wanting to be traditional, blah, 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 blah. Well, if your women went to college, you're going to have to deal with all of those problems all at once. Oh, on top of that, you don't want to deal with women with debt. There you go. College. Got to connect the dots. You got to connect the dots. We can't hold your hand through this. All we can do is put you up on game. You got to connect the dots. It's just because somebody isn't giving you the 12 rules for life like Jordan Peterson doesn't mean we're not giving you any solutions.
Cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I'm doing something very positive. Now watch this. You mitigate the red flags. You allow men to understand what the process of marriage is.
Mitigating the risk.
Then you're going into possibly telling them what the state is involved in, how your children are affected, parental alienation, the odds of self-deletion, and so forth and so on. So that's an
I want to make sure I got this right.
Opportunity
That's
for kids to learn.
all we can do. What he just explained. You explain how family court works. You explain what marriage is. You explain. You give them the reality. TradCon dudes, they don't give the men the reality. They be selling them a dream. Earlier on in the stream, you had dudes coming in the chat defending Wilson, and they didn't even know what ecclesiastics is. They don't even know what ecclesiastics is. They would need ChatGPT. Because I can tell a lot of those dudes, they can't be over the age of 30. They would need ChatGPT to explain what ecclesiastics is. And the only but they just coming in here blindly defending him. Blindly defending Andrew Wilson. They have no idea. This is why we're here. Guys like us are here. TradCons they're just selling dudes a dream. This is like I said, this is low key worse than the pickup artists, where you got, the pickup artists telling dudes to sell women a dream, but here you got the TradCons selling dudes a dream. I'll say, yeah, this is low key. This is dangerous, because when they don't get what they're looking for, they're gonna the dudes are gonna spurg out.
You're telling me a sky possibility of changing laws.
So what you're
doing,
doing,
outvote men 60 to 40%.
Yeah, so you wrote, it doesn't, dude, you don't even understand the political process and how it works. Voting itself, when you're talking about
lobby groups.
Yeah, you're talking about lobby groups.
What men lobby groups? What male lobby groups do they have?
The traditional churches.
Okay.
The traditional churches, we have no male lobby groups. We don't have any lobby groups that that could really advocate for men's rights.
We're back to church again.
They're the ones who do all the lobbying on behalf of men.
They're doing it on behalf of the men that follow them. That's not on
It's
behalf
for
of
all men. This abortion ban helps all men,
it,
not some. Their charities to men who are going to kill themselves helps all men, not some.
It doesn't help all men in that situation.
Yes,
it helps the men.
helps.
Because listen,
yes, it
I'm going
does.
to tell you where it doesn't. There might be a woman considering getting an abortion, and he wants to keep the kid. He has no mitigating risk.
They're the only ones trying to change that.
Who is?
The traditional
You're
churches.
saying the traditional churches.
Yes.
All right. At that point, that doesn't help him.
Yes, it does help him.
So you're saying at that point it's only the traditional church when you have hundreds of female lobbyist groups and you have them out.
They're the ones
men.
combating those
And
female
that's
lobbying
it.
groups.
And
Yes.
that's it. How are they doing? Only the red
They're
states.
doing great.
Only the red
No,
states.
at the federal level, they're doing great. You're wrong.
You can still go to other states to get it done.
Yes, but we've still managed to mitigate it even in those states. It's a war. It's a political war. That's how it works. And not only that, let's point this out. Your whole solution here, I wrote a book to help mitigate future events. Oh, great. Andrew, what are you trying to do? Help mitigate future events.
Exactly.
Oh, right now, right this second, what can I do to help? Andrew says, right this second, if a guy has a 357 in his mouth, he's going to pull pull the trigger, you can't do anything. You're totally right, but neither can you by your own admission.
Correct.
So there we go there. When we're looking at the future, though, and I say, let's do all of these different prescriptions, which we can actually politically accomplish and move towards.
Sure,
Right,
listen, listen, where's your social pressure? How many people do you have in your ecclesiastic marriages? How many people got married under that?
Millions.
Give me a number.
Millions of
Show
people
me a
have an
number. Go ahead,
ecclesiastical
can you type it
authority.
up? Go ahead and type it up.
People have an ecclesiastical marriage. They may have
No,
states that are also.
under your scenario.
What do you want me to type?
Yeah, we don't.
How many?
We don't know. The thing is that
ecclesiastic
even if we
marriages come
grant,
into
even if we were
so
to
we got
grant,
all of these scenarios, and I have to be honest with you. This wasn't much of a debate.
Yeah, I know,
because
you
much of
lost
your,
your
no, listen, much of your scenarios were
Uh-huh.
make believe. To
Oh,
be
okay,
honest
they're all
with you,
make-believe.
they were pretty make believe. You would have to have an extremely considerable movement to be able to accomplish them.
Like
Which
millions
doesn't-
of
which means
people?
You would have to have millions of people to do.
Can you pull up
exactly
how
what
many
you-
Catholic and
No, no,
Orthodox are in the
no,
United
no,
States?
listen.
It's my turn to ask. I can ask him.
Please do, but that's not the number I'm looking
How many?
for. That's
Yeah,
not
that is the number we're
for.
looking
We're
for.
looking for.
By the way, I hope you guys were witness to that. Was that really Andrew Wilson's wife, personal trainer, in the live chat? What's that dude's name? He had like a interesting name. He had like a Spanish name. What was his name? On the edge with Marte Ruelas. Debate me, bro. The TradCon dudes, they have become. Remember how like we used to make fun of like atheists for always wanting to debate Christians and whatnot? Now the TradCons have taken their place. Debate me, bro. You guys won't debate me. What the fuck we finna debate about? I know you fucking Rachel. I just can't prove it. That's me speculating, but I already know how the game works. Well, what else are we gonna debate about? That you not screwing? You ain't thinking about it? Come on, man. I know how y'all are. Stop it. We had Andrew Wilson's wife, personal trainer, allegedly in the live chat. Talking about debate me, bro. Rachel Wilson was abandoned. You don't understand. Nigga, you ain't allowed to abandon your kids in the United States. Stop it. he as soon as he said who he was, I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, this I'm about to message, dude. You know what I'm about to do? After this is over, I'm going to send a DM to Rachel Wilson. And I'm going to tell her, please get control of your side, dude. And I'm gonna see what kind of response I get. I might pull it. I might be like, yo, keep your side dude in check, because he was being weird in my live chat and I was uncomfortable. No, I wasn't uncomfortable. I'm just saying, like, if I might do it. I might go on the DMs and be like, yo, you better keep your side dudes in check. She was abandoned. Oh, you found his channel? Hold on. Let's do a side. Let me do a side thing. What's his name? I'm blanking. On the edge with I can't believe on the edge with what's that boy's name? I think he's messing with Rachel, because I know how personal trainers are. He's too emotionally invested. He's too emotionally invested. Look, if I was, watch this, Garrett, watch this. Say if I had a student that was like 19 years old, right? And she happened to have her own YouTube channel and she was going through a beef with some broad, and then they found me in the live chat, they're gonna say I'm her boyfriend. That's what they're gonna say. And then I explain who I am. I'm like, I know I am her piano instructor, and I've seen her go through everything. And they're gonna be like, oh, you smashing. That's what they're gonna say. And then if I say, "Oh, you wrong to think that," they gonna be like, for sure. Oh, you smashing your student. That's what they gonna say. Come on now, Marte Ruelas. Let me see, Marte Ruelas. Let's look up this ninja, man, because people be playing too much. On the Edge with Marte. Oh, brother. Oh, he's not. It's not looking too good. Or maybe is he lying about being their personal trainer? Maybe that's the only thing that will save his case. But if he really is a personal trainer, I'm like, why are you invested? You're way too invested. Oh shoot, I didn't know him and AJ were boys. I don't know. Hey, let me see. We are all this ninja finna see me in AJ's chat, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, what's up, man?" He's gonna be like, "This guy attacked me." I'm like, "But you were on my stream." Hey, yo, he better not be sleeping with Rachel, dog. But I'm sorry. I just know how personal trainers are, man. He should have never said. He should have said, "I know them. They seem like lovely people." He should have just said that. He talking about I personally trained him. You should have never said that, big dog. Andrew Wilson confronts the Red Pill chat. Oh, he thinks, okay. I also see what the problem is. He really thinks he's Andrew. He thinks he this nigga really think he Andrew. He really thinks he's a remember South Park had that funny ass skit, the master debater. Charlie Kirk being the master debater. I am the master debater. Y'all remember that South Park episode, the master debater? But ma'am, I am the master. I am the master debater. He's one of those dudes. He really think he be doing something by debating OnlyFans broads. He's the type to go to his girlfriend and be like, "Look, you need to listen to Kevin Samuels. This is what you need to be listening to. I introduced my girlfriend to Kevin Samuels, and she left me." Of course she did, nigga. These be the same people. They be at their job. Mind you, they in their 30s. Oh man, I showed my coworkers this Kevin Samuels video, and they were so mad at me. Oh, by the way, my check didn't really come in. I wonder where my check went. You dumbass. These people really think they smart. Like, dude, this is one dude at my job currently right now. This dude cannot stop talking. I'm talking about you couldn't pay him to stay. Like this dude cannot stop talking. He just can't, like, it's like, bro, can you shut up? And the only reason why people don't tell him to shut up is because people like his mom. His mom works at the same job. I think his mom helped him get the job, but his mom is such a respectable person that people like, including me. We don't ever tell this nigga to shut up. But this motherfucker, he just be talking. Like, boy, wow. I know. Anyway, sorry to go off on a tangent here, but he comes across as that type of person. Marte Ruelas. Man, I'm sorry. I don't know. this this dude in love with Andrew's wife. Andrew, you need to watch out. That boy in love with your wife, man. Probably smashing as we speak.
Ecclesiastic marriages under your scenario.
No, listen. Even
That's
if
the only way it works for
even
you.
if it were the case, do you agree with me that if you take the state out of marriage, that is going to assist in the reduction of
We
divorce?
can't take the state out of marriage.
Why not?
That's what you're telling me.
Yeah,
You
why
can't tell
can't
me how
you?
many people have done it.
Yeah, but why can't you do it?
Because no fault divorce, a woman can go into divorce you, even if, because you're not under her control. The
How? If you're
ecclesiastics
not
are
married
the
to her?
authority.
By the state, you're not married. How can she take you to divorce court? Can you explain that to me?
I asked you this earlier. Have you been through a divorce?
It doesn't matter.
That's
Answer
a
the
yes.
question.
That's a yes. So you've been through a divorce.
Why does that matter?
All right,
What is
because,
it pertinent to the
because
debate?
this is why. Can I finish? You've been telling me I'm cutting you off. You won't let me finish.
Bro, I want
At
an
this-
answer to my
see, there we
question.
go again.
Can you answer my question?
I mean, I can play the game you're playing.
You just
Can I-
won't answer questions.
Jeez. All right, listen. I mean, I thought you were a tough guy. Listen, under this scenario,
Uh-huh.
a marriage, even if it's ceremonial, religious, it doesn't matter if she files for the divorce. You will still be going in court to fight that.
How
I don't
would
care.
you file for divorce if you're not married by the state, dude?
Listen,
Can you
you're
answer my
completely missing
question?
this. You're completely missing this. This is
my
what tells me you haven't been through one. Have you talked to a divorce attorney? A woman can file. You have to respond and provide evidence that you were not married. Now, you and your common law, you living with your kids, it's going to be difficult. I'm trying to give you some information.
That's
now.
common law marriage.
This is real low key. I hope people are listening to this. Now, obviously, the TradCons, they're gone. You know, this is way past, you know, their bedtime. You already know they actually let me not put them on blast, but this is game. This is the type of stuff that, you know, a lot of, you know, the MGTOW creators or other red pill creators, this is the type of game they put me on where I'm like, damn, like if like say if I just stuck with the knowledge that, you know, my parents or the modern day Pharisees, which I call the TradCons that I know, or the church people that I know in passing, they would never put me on this type of game ever. And I'll say this, there's a lot of older white dudes, they can't say anything because their ex-wives put gag orders on them, but y'all got to start speaking up and start telling people the reality before it's too late, because a lot of the stuff I learned in my 20s, and this is something I should have learned a little bit earlier, so I would be my focus would be a little bit different, you know what I mean? So these are things that unfortunately most men learn through trial by error, but this is real game that CJ is putting people on right here.
Okay, that's different. In some states, there is no common law marriage. So
That's
just
not
answer,
common law
so
marriage.
just answer
Listen,
one, okay.
California doesn't even have common law, and that exists. It could be
Exactly.
ceremonial. You could get married in Fiji. It doesn't matter. As soon as you get back here, if you practice marriage, the whole institution, at that particular point, if she files, you, sir, will have to respond to that suit.
Yeah.
If you do, I would hope and pray that the judge, not God, grant you your wish. At that point, your argument fails, because you then would have to say, my ecclesiastic reverend on the little house on the prairie granted this marriage, but it doesn't count under the state.
I do want to make
she
sure
can do this, and you have to respond.
Can you
to
help
it.
me with this? Because I
I'm
am
helping you a
actually
lot.
confused. So let's say a woman and a man went out to a field and declared
You
themselves
got a
married.
scenario. Let's say if.
Yeah, let's say if a
that's the
man
one.
went out to a field with a woman and declared that they're married.
Correct.
You're saying she can still go to a divorce court and divorce him.
She can file for the divorce. You
How?
have to respond. You
Yeah,
have
with
to
what?
respond.
Yeah, what does that mean,
You're-
though? That doesn't mean
Again,
anything.
I'm informing you.
What are you
What does that
talking
mean? This is how a lawsuit works.
Okay,
She's
a
a petitioner.
lawsuit.
She files. She says, we walked on coals. We went outside.
Yeah.
This was a union. I consider it a marriage.
We walked on coals.
Everybody knows and addresses us as a marriage.
Yeah.
This is in non-common law states. We receive mail at this place. We've been living under the same roof for this many years. You will have to respond to these allegations. Now, you're going to have to say on your petition, this is not true. We have an ecclesiastic marriage and a prenup under God, and we live together, but we weren't married. That's a response to the lawsuit, and then you proceed to trial and a hearing.
Is this a lawsuit or a divorce?
Divorce is a lawsuit.
Okay, so I'm
Divorce
curious.
is a lawsuit.
Can you look this up?
Is
Can
divorce
you
a law-
file for divorce without ever getting married?
Dude. And this is where I remember this part, because clearly he doesn't understand that divorce is a lawsuit.
Oh my goodness, you are slow. You can file a lawsuit for anything.
So then it's
So
not a
anybody
divorce.
can sue you for anything.
Okay,
Okay.
but-
So if you go into there and she
So they're just
says that-
suing you?
Yes, it's
Okay,
a
but
lawsuit.
that's not a divorce. Come on,
says-
dude.
It's a
Can we
lawsuit.
pull this up? Can you file for a divorce without getting married? Divorce is a legal process that ends in legally recognized marriage.
If you never obtained a marriage license and your marriage was never registered, summarized according to state law, the courts have no marriage to dissolve. You're full of
Hold on
shit.
for a
You're just
second,
saying
hold
that they
on.
can. Yeah,
No, no,
you're
no.
full of shit.
Listen,
they can
they
just sue
have-
you for whatever.
You said they have no marriage to
Yeah, you're
dissolve.
saying that they're just gonna sue you.
No. You still have
Come
to.
on.
You still have to respond to the lawsuit.
Yeah, but you don't have to go to divorce court,
You
dude.
do.
No,
That's
you
where
don't.
file the response.
No.
Yes, if you if you respond to it, depending on what judge you got and what your situation is, you still can end up in that court. Of course, you can't, quote unquote, legally, but depending on who you are, depending on what lawyer she got, depending on how you respond to the lawsuit, you can still end up in court. It don't matter.
Still have
That's
to
not
go.
a divorce court.
That is the divorce
No,
court.
it's not. It's a
That
court.
is
Of,
the
it's
divorce
it's the
court. Listen,
circuit court or some shit, not the divorce court.
Listen, this is
You got
this
caught in 4K. You're
That's
full of shit.
ChatGPT. That's ChatGPT.
You're full
In this
of it,
situation here, we can bring a lawyer in to
Bring
resolve
him.
this and say, can she file for a divorce? You're saying, well, the
No.
outcome is. Hold on for a second.
But these are the things that, like, even if you watch like guys like the lead attorney and other lawyers in this space, they'll tell you that CGA is actually more in the right here. So I think if they were to do if they were to redo a debate, if they were to do a rematch, I think they need to have like a lawyer or an attorney or like a family attorney to have a to be the moderator. What's that famous one that been making the rounds on everybody's podcast? The white dude, the one with the tattoo. He got the tattoo on his forearm. The older white dude that said he got divorced as well. I'm blanking on his name. I'm blanking on his name. They got to have him as the moderator, and then educate people on the legalities of these things.
You're saying the outcome, they can't legally enforce it. That's what you hope the outcome is. You hope the outcome is. You still have to
Dude,
respond.
all you're saying is that a woman can sue you for anything.
Correct.
Yeah, but that's not the
Correct.
same as filing for a divorce
Hold on
through
for a
the
second.
divorce courts,
That's
dude.
where they would file it.
No,
would
they
file
can't.
it-
No, they're not filing it in the divorce court.
My gosh. All right. That's where they would file it. In the divorce court.
They
That's
would
where
file a
it there.
lawsuit.
You can that. By the way, the ladies don't want you to know that information. They don't want you to know that information.
No, they would file it in the family court. Trust me. Now,
The
here's
family
thing.
court's
Hold on
different,
for a
though.
That's the divorce court.
Wait a second.
Family court is the divorce court.
Wouldn't you have to do that under?
This is where Andrew Wilson starts. This is where I'm like, I don't know how Andrew Wilson has a large male fan base and he don't even know the basics of these things. Let me rewind that a little bit for you guys. I know the trad cons are long gone, but this is very important. This is very important right here.
Hold on for a
Through the
second.
divorce courts,
That's
dude.
where they would file it.
No,
would
they
file
can't.
it-
No, they're not filing it in the divorce court.
My gosh. All right. That's where they would file it. In the divorce court.
They
That's
would
where
file a
it there.
lawsuit.
No, they would file it in the family court. Trust me. Now,
The
here's the
family
thing.
court's
Hold on
different,
for a
though.
That's the divorce court.
Wait a second.
Family court is the divorce court.
Wouldn't you have to do that under?
Family court is the divorce court, and even if you weren't quote unquote legally married, if there's kids involved, you will be in family court. even if there's no divorce court, quote unquote, most of y'all gonna be having kids. You split up, it's gonna be up to her if she wants to take you up to family court. It's gonna be up to her. And you're just basically gonna have to hope that she doesn't do that to you.
Specific criteria for family court, like a kid's involved or something, you can just
Correct. So, in the
Come
scenario,
on,
hold on for a
dude,
second.
that's not the same
Hold
as
on, hold on,
divorce
hold on for a second.
proceedings. This is
I mean,
ridiculous.
you
That's
don't-
ridiculous.
Listen. The family court is what people call the divorce court. There's no building.
Yeah,
that says
I agree
divorce
with
court.
that.
You understand
Yeah,
that?
I agree with that.
So you have a woman with children.
Yeah.
That you say you're not married to. If she files,
Yeah.
you still have to go under family court jurisdiction.
Yeah.
You still have to respond
Because there's children, yes.
Because there's children.
Yeah.
At that point, my point is made. She
Yeah.
has filed. They may say the divorce doesn't count.
Yeah.
But now, how do we deal with these children?
Yeah, but that was
Those
never-
are- that is a part of marriage. Did you not have children with the woman?
Come on, dude. So if you're not,
That is a part of
so as long
marriage.
as you don't have children, then they can't do that.
Correct. That's what you're saying. But you're saying
No,
you're
I'm
gonna have
asking.
children.
I'm actually asking.
You're saying they're going to have children, correct?
Yes.
You're going to go to family court.
Yes, you could go to family court.
If
yes.
she files for the divorce.
Not for divorce. They could go for
If
like
she files
motions for
child
support or all sorts of
any
things.
these.
That's not
the family
divorce.
court.
Yeah.
when we talk about what men deal with when they deal with marriage and the result is a divorce, one of the things they deal with is child support, also domestic violence, which falls under the family court. So you cannot be married.
You have a problem here with this.
Listen,
so I
that can
agree.
fall under
I
the
agree
family
that
court.
if you have children, that could go through the family court system. Nobody ever disputed
Okay.
that, though.
So you're still dealing with issues,
but
right?
hang on, but that's the different one. That's different than filing for divorce. You can't file for divorce if you're never married. That's
Now
one.
you're going to
And
child
two,
support, yes.
and hang on, two. The second problem here is the reason that men usually lose their custody when it comes to divorce and divorce court is because women plot. They plot escape hatches. So what they do is they go, okay,
Of course they do.
Look, you know, I'm going to take 2 years and make sure that you're fucking destitute on the way out, and then I'm filing in divorce court.
Correct.
You're going to get hit over the head from what happens in divorce court.
Absolutely.
Whole different ball game, though. What they do is they go, oh, different ball game, though. If it's the
They typically fare a little bit worse
Yes.
in custody cases.
I just said that.
Right, correct.
Yeah.
So at that point, they're still faring worse. If
no,
they're
they're faring
married,
better, right?
if they're not married,
Yes, they'd be faring better.
No, they would actually fare worse.
How?
Well, ask any guy that's been in court. We can look at this.
Yeah.
When they're not legally married to
Yeah.
a woman, they go through a custody battle.
Yeah.
When they're legally married, they do better getting better custody.
Yes, men get better custody.
When
So
they're
that would be a
legally
better
married.
outcome.
If they're not legally married,
Yes.
typically they fare worse getting custody
Why?
because they're not married to the woman. This is typically it just depends on jurisdiction.
Because
So now this is where Andrew Wilson's non-marriage proposal under the state kind of backfires, because now if you have kids under this and then you split up, you're probably going to fare worse when it comes to getting a decent, a decent ruling in family court when it comes to custody. You know what I mean? So these are the things you got to pay attention to. Like these are things you really got to pay attention to, man.
of the unplanned nature of it.
Correct.
But if it's
Exactly.
planned-
But if it's planned, we don't know.
No, we do know,
The judge
actually.
doesn't know.
Hang on.
How do they know?
We do.
So now you're saying
Nope.
you're going in there to
Hang on,
use that we're not legally married, but we're married.
Here's how we can logically. I think I can actually logically demonstrate this, and I think you'll agree. Okay. So the reason that
Oh yeah, but by the way, I think we're gonna have to, because I'm going on a little bit too long. It's 12:46 at my time, so I'm gonna have to end the stream. I'll finish it tomorrow. We're gonna do a part 3, and we're gonna resume from this part right here, from the minute 1:30. I think, what's it, 1 hour 30, 1 hour 30 or 1:26, right from the part where Andrew Wilson is kind of confused between divorce court, family court. He doesn't know the difference. He doesn't know it's the same thing. So we'll definitely resume from that. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm falling asleep right now. I didn't realize that was gonna happen to me, but I already know how my body works. I'm falling asleep, so I'm gonna have to prematurely end this. We will resume this tomorrow. Hopefully same time, and then hopefully it'll only be like a 2-hour stream or something like that. You know what I mean? So that will be a part 3. So I think, I'm gonna have to rename this part 2, and then name the next one part 3. But Young Doka, thank you guys. But you guys saw the craziness that I had to deal with in the chat. This is wild. It's crazy. Like, most of the backlash I've gotten on my channel overall has been from the track cons. It never fails. It never fails. But yeah, these people have invaded the space. Like, what the man? So Pyro, before I leave, he said, Pyro says Andrew knows the game all along. He still just wants us to get rocked in the game. That's what I think too. This is what I think too. This is also part of it. Nah, man, we ain't finna look, man. That's on Andrew. What he did, what he chose, that's on him, man. That's on him. But anyways, let's see what we'll leave off at. Sorry to end it prematurely, only because I'm falling asleep. Fall asleep. But we're getting to the hour. We're gonna resume right at the hour 30 mark, and there will only be about 20 to 30 minutes left of that debate that we can completely go over. We're going over all the important parts. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for tuning in for this long. Shout out to you guys. I'm gonna leave this stream off with a funny one. I'm gonna leave off with a funny one. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, this is me. Let me do this one. When I was on my cousin's podcast. Shout out to you guys. Thank you guys.
So what do you guys consider wifey material?
Cook, clean,
Jesse, you want a slave, dude?
Yeah, like you just
Coop clean.
You want the traditional joint.
I know, right?
Nigga, this is my wife.